Are you saying I'm muted? Are we muted? What the fuck? What the fuck is up, Denny's? Are we unmuted now? You're so right, Merrick. Thank you. I only speak truth. And here we go. Okay. So, the stream is gonna be a little bit busted. It's gonna be a little bit busted today, unfortunately. And by that, I mean, I haven't really figured out what I want to do with this setup yet, because this is my first stream in the new house. We should probably update our sub, huh? Princess. A little bit busted, princess. Yeah, great. Okay. So, can you guys hear me, or is my mic too, is it too quiet? I'm good? Okay, cool. Yeah, the light burns, so that's gonna be a problem. So it's a little bit busted in that this is the first stream in the new house. So as some of you know, I moved from Texas to Salt Lake City. And that's why it's been so long since we've had a stream. I just got the office set up like a week ago. And, wow. So I don't have a lot of the office actually set up. And, for whatever reason, it just looks way different with my camera than it did in the other location, even though, like, my desk hasn't changed heights, the monitors haven't changed heights, like, nothing has changed. It just looks different. I don't know. I wasn't vibing with it. So I don't quite know what we're gonna do yet for, like, a permanent, or long-term solution. Right now, I have the webcam on, like a phone stand, and it's just kind of pushed over to the side, so that's why we've got this weird, like, downward side view right now. That and this is gonna be a problem as well. So there's a window. This is my wall. These are my monitors. There's a window right here above the desk, and I don't have anything to put to cover it yet. So yeah, this is gonna be a little brutal. I don't love it. Yeah, well, so it's a weird shape. See, this is not so bad. If I can kind of like, if I could like just do this, just stream like this. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna put some sort of cover over there. It has to be a custom size because these are not normal size windows. They're like this big and that long. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. Maybe we'll just stream only at night going forward. I don't really know. So we will have to see. Yeah, if this looks totally normal, right, guys? Does this look really natural? Is this cool? Do we like this? Is this a good look for me? Do we like that? Some chud is gonna take a picture of this and put it on Twitter and talk about how fat I am. Oh, there we go. Let's give him a really good angle to work with. There we go. That's really hot, right? Yeah, this feels really organic. Do you guys see the cat laser in the back? They're not having the best time adjusting from a 4-bedroom house to the basement apartment. So I got them a little laser toy, and it's sort of working. Oh well. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good night, how are we? Oof. Yeah, they're gonna adjust, it's just gonna take some time. So, maybe, this is not so bad. So it's summer here, the sun doesn't set here until like 9:30. So, I don't know, maybe we'll have to stream like late night, which I don't know if you guys are gonna love. But we'll see. I have a fun Tesla story to share. Okay. Share it. Yeah, so I am I'm living in Utah now. Let's do a little catch up, little check up. I'm living in Utah. I have moved to Salt Lake City, and it's really beautiful, and everybody is so nice. Like, really shockingly nice. And I get it, it's because they're trying to indoctrinate me into their weird cult, but even the people who aren't Mormons are, like, really, really, really nice. I think it's just, like, I think because the Mormons are so friendly, that just sort of, like, permeates throughout the entire city, and like, changes, it just sort of, you know, changes the culture of the city here, and it just makes everyone, like, super, super, super friendly. So that's really cool. And I'm not going to become a sister wife, so I'm safe. Nothing to worry about. I'm not falling for it. Watch me be a Mormon in 6 months. Because I just give up. I'm like, dating sucks so bad. I literally, like, the joke that I was making where I'm like, just throw me in the pack. Just somebody pick me and throw me in the pack. Less chores? Less responsibilities? Fuck it. I'm so joking. Yeah, it's cool. I live, like, I guess kind of in the center of the city. There's still a lot of the city that I need to explore and need to, like, learn about, but, it's really, so I sold my car so that I sold both my cars, and I only have a bicycle now, so I ride my bike everywhere. Wait, hold on. Ooh. How are we feeling about, how's that? Is that a little bit better? Because I actually have, like, a professional light in here, so that when I'm kind of, like, trying to sit in the shadow to not be in the sun. Is that helping? I think that's better. Goosebumps ass setup? Yeah, okay. Are we surprised? Are we surprised in any way that everything over here is janky? Yeah, the creaky chair. Okay, so this is the new stream chair. Here it is. It's temporary. It's very temporary. Oh, because the other chair, there was just no way. It's not a great stream chair. No. The other stream chair was so fucked up, so torn up, so busted, and I wasn't going to be able to move it myself. So something that I had to consider when I did this, was that, you know, I did this move entirely on my own, right? So my friends helped me pack and stuff like that. But like I packed everything that I owned into a Penske truck, and I drove from Austin, Texas to Salt Lake City by myself with the 3 cats in the cab in 2 days. So, and then when I got here, I was on my own. I hired movers to help me move like the furniture into the truck and then out of the truck when I was here. But apart from that, like I was on my own, you know? And so it was like the fewer big items I could like manage to get along with, the better. So something really great that I didn't realize, because I have a basement unit. You looked so nervous. Yeah. I was not having a good time. I did not enjoy driving the truck. I definitely had a little bit of a panic attack in the first hour. I had to pull over. Some people who are on my private story saw that. It was not very fun. I had a panic attack, and I had to like calm down on the side of the road in Texas, on the side of the highway, because I'd never driven something like that before, and I had no idea like what I was in for, and I was just so scared. Like everything I own was in the back of it, right? I don't have insurance. I'm responsible for all of it, and those trucks start swaying really crazy when you hit 65 miles an hour. Everyone in Texas drives 80 and will shoot you. You know, they'll drive up your ass and fucking shoot you, right? If you're trying to drive 75 in the slow lane, right? So it was a lot. It was really scary. And I was not prepared, and like, you know, like I was doing everything on my own. The cats were kind of freaking out, like, but it's okay. We got past it. We did the drive in 2 days, which also insane. I think I did like 16, 17-hour days. But I just needed it to be done. I was not going to do a third day. That was insane. So got here, and then, so the super fun, cool thing is that I have a basement unit, which means that in order to get in the unit, you have to go downstairs, obviously. Well, when I got here, the way you get into my unit is there's like a tiny little landing area. You walk in, there's a tiny little landing area, and then you do a 90-degree turn, and then there's the stairs. That makes things a little difficult with some furniture. So I had to abandon some of my furniture, and then I had to sell it and give some of it away, because it physically made it from Texas in one piece and then would not go into my basement. So I don't have a couch anymore. I had to get rid of some chairs. I don't have any sort of dining room, anything, and I had to get rid of my box spring. Woo! And I don't have a car, so I don't know how or when I'm gonna get some of that new furniture. Like, I'm sure I'll be able to size it and, you know, measure everything and then figure out, like, what kind of couch I could get in, you know, like, as a replacement, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Because I don't know anybody here. Well, it's not true. Okay, so I know two people so far. No, I know 3 people here now. I know 3 people here. But I also don't want to, like, rely on those 3 people for, like, literally everything. So I'm just trying to figure out. It's, you know, it's definitely a new experience. I don't have a car for the first time in a very long time. I'm in a brand new place. I really don't know that many people. Are you biking for groceries and stuff? Yes. So I am. So if I'm out on the bike and I can stop by the grocery store, I'll do that. And like to get my prescriptions, I'm doing that. And like I'll pick up stuff while I'm there. But I've also been using Instacart to get some of the stuff delivered, because like if I'm getting like a large haul of groceries, I did that the first time. Put it all in the backpack, and that was really fucking scary. It was really fucking scary. So I have a road bike, so it's like a really thin, small frame. That was tough. I have a little basket now, but it's like it's like a really short basket, so you can't really fit. It's just short and small. You can't really fit a lot in there. So I've been doing Instacart. Yeah, I'm a treatler now, guys. Sorry. It's temporary until I can figure out what it is that I want to do. Unethical life hack: Mormon missionaries will do any chore you ask them to do for free? No. That's not real. What do you mean? Like, if they come to my house, if the Mormon missionaries come to my house, I can be like, hey. No, no way. Can I go to the temple and just ask for help all the time? That's so... Can I just be so annoying? I feel like this can't be true. No, seriously, they have a service goal and they'll help anyone they can? Oh, we're gonna look this up right now. Okay, let's see. We're gonna look this up right now. Do Mormon... It's so funny. Every time I try to type Mormon, I accidentally write moron. Whoops. Do Mormons have to... How do I want to phrase this? Do Mormons have to do... Thank you. Yay! Look at that. We're 25% of the way to our sub goal. Yay! Oh my god. Thank you. I don't know why I just said it like that. I hate that. I don't ever want to make that sound again. Do Mormons have to do... Okay. Okay, hold on. Will Mormons help me with tasks? Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's fucking see. What do we want? Oh, we want display capture. Let's try. What? No. Oh my god. Why am I never... I'm never learning how to straighten. Okay. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I'm being so whiny. Okay. What is the catch with Mormons helping with random stuff? Okay. Hey, really treff. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, look at that. Would you look at that? 6 out of 20. Okay. What is the catch with Mormons helping with random stuff? Sorry for the weird title. I moved to a semi-rural community last year. We have a Facebook group for the town, and I always see posts for people looking to hire someone for help, like say yard work or other home projects, and almost always one or more people in the comments will recommend contacting the local Mormon church to get help from the young missionaries for free. Is this a thing? What is the catch here? Does this open a Pandora's box of them coming to your house after that and trying to convert you or something? Can anyone explain how this usually goes? This fucking rules. I'm gonna be calling them all the time. I'm like, hey guys. Can you drive me to the gym? Can you take me to the grocery store? They're gonna recognize my voice. They're gonna hear me pick up the phone. They're gonna hear me on the other end. They're gonna hang up. Not this bitch again. Oh no. I start asking for a specific Mormon. I'm like, is Brother Jacob there? Can he drive me to the gym? He's so cute. They hate me. They're like, no. Thank you, Swank John. 3 months. Thank you. I'm like, call the church. I'm like, can you guys send your boys down? Can you guys send your boys down to my house? Mommy's had a little bit of wine and she needs help putting her pole up. I'm sexually harassing the Mormon church phone operator. Oh no, they block my phone number so I can't call anymore. I'm on a list. I call. I'm like, hey, do you guys just want to talk? I don't have any friends here yet. Do you guys want to talk? What do you guys think about Ukraine? They're like, what? I'm like, what do you guys think about, I don't know, Taiwan? And they're like, why are you asking about foreign policy stuff? I'm like, I'm bored. I don't have any friends here. They actually block my phone number. Yeah, I'm like, does anybody want to come over and play Spyro with me? I have a PS5. No. Can I do that? I'm so serious. Can I call them? Can I call the Mormon church and be like, can you guys send some of the sisters over to play video games with me? That would be so funny. If I made friends with Mormon girls and I was like, this is Elden Ring. They just think it's devil shit. Call him now. Oh my god. I'm like, can you guys send over? I really want to learn about your thing or whatever. And they're like, our thing or whatever? And I'm like, your religion, whatever. And they're like, I'm like, do you guys know how to play Stardew Valley? I'm teaching them how to farm. I'm like, this is the forest farm map, and it's like the best layout to start with. Oh no. They're gonna get me. They're gonna get me and I'm gonna have done it to myself. Or maybe I'm gonna get them. Me with my Four Corners farm? Okay, ambitious. To start with? The Four Corners farm, really, to start with? Okay. Cool. Well. Overachiever. Yeah, America's the converted Mormon 3 months tops. I'm just like, I'm lonely. They're so nice to me, guys. Oh no. I do one stream 4 months from now. I've got a dress on. I'm like fully covered. I'm like, I need to talk to you guys about my past sinful ways. The leftist and Mormon pipeline. I'm like, have you guys ever heard of Stardew Valley? They're like, let us show you our farm, actually. I'm like, you got me. I'm in. That's all it takes. Hey! Welcome back. 5 months. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. Okay, so you know what I'm playing right now? Yeah, Mormons doing mutual aid is very funny. That might affect your OF revenue stream. If I marry a rich Mormon man, who cares? I just become a stay-at-home Mormon wife. I would never. Yeah, my trad wife arc begins. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's the plan. All right, here's the plan, guys. Ready? I'm gonna become a trad wife. Okay. I'm gonna do the oh my god. Oh, I just popped my spine like 6 times. That was amazing. Anyway, okay. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna become a trad wife, okay? So we'll do that grift for a little bit, and then we'll talk about how, like, I found Jesus, I changed my sinful ways, I feel so fulfilled now because I'm fulfilling my role as a wife and mother, which I was designed for by God. Why am I doing like someone's weird impression of Trump almost? Yeah, so I'll do that. I'll do that grift for a little bit, and then I'll get bored of that. I'll divorce my Mormon husband. I'll do spiritual deconstruction, and then I'll come out and I'll do a tell-all about how weird and abusive the Mormon church is, and then I'll be a lefty again. And then we'll do that grift. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? We'll just fucking boomerang. And then we'll come right back here. You'd have to move again. Yeah. I'll move to a blue state. I'll move to a blue state for the first time in my life. To, like, really seal the deal. To really lock it in. What do you guys think? Are you guys ready to go on this journey with me? The Merrick Mormon arc is going to be good content. What if I try to be, like, an edgy liberal Mormon? What if I try to do I'm an edgy liberal Mormon? I'll do like an Amy Poehler in Mean Girls, where I'm like, I'm not like a regular Mormon, I'm a cool Mormon. Do we hate this? I fucking hate this. The grossest thing I've ever said on this stream. And I've talked about my feelings on this stream. I hate this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Guys, stop trying to convince me. Stop bullying me, chat. Stop trying to convince me to do this, okay? You guys are so toxic. Ugh. Why would y'all even suggest that? Gross. I don't remember that. I didn't bring it up. You guys brought it up. That's not how I remember it. Do not rewind. Nobody rewind. Oh no. The why I left the left into the why I left Mormonism is truly a combo. Yeah. And I'll just say that I got bullied both times, right? I'll just say I was bullied. I left the left because 2 years ago I got bullied for a little bit, so that's why I left. And then I'll be like, whenever I do the why I left the Mormon church Mormon church grift, I was just too sexy. I was so sexy, and none of the Mormon women could handle it. And they were all really mean to me, and they pushed me out because I was the funniest, sexiest Mormon, and they just couldn't handle it, really. Everyone would believe you left because of the noodle incident. Because of Noodlegate, yeah. Yeah, the sister wives got jealous of me. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. What is it? What does she fucking say? Hold on. We've got another really good Mean Girls moment for this. It's not my fault that I, Gretchen Wieners, my father, the inventor of toaster strudel, am just so well liked, and everyone is so jealous of me. Gretchen Wieners, everyone is so jealous of me. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Ready. What in the fuck is this?
About you, they say that you're a homeschooled junk.
Ew. I'm sorry that people are so jealous of me. I can't help it that I'm popular and well-liked. I think that's what it is. Oh, I'm sorry that people are so jealous of me, but I can't help it that I'm popular. There we go. That's what it is. That's the line I'm gonna use. I'm sorry that Mormon women are so jealous of me, but I can't help it that I'm popular. There we go. I'm ready. I'm fully prepared for this. We're gonna make so much money, chat. And by we, I mean me. I'm becoming less supportive of the move now. This is terrifying. Well, we can't do any of it now because I told my evil villain plan. I told my plan on stream, so now I can't do it. I went and fucked it up. Spill the beans. Does she know about the underwear? Oh yeah. I know about the underwear. Mormons don't watch Twitch, they'll never see it. You know what? I guess we could do the Mormon grift because you're right. The Mormons won't know, but we wouldn't be able to grift back into the left. Cuz I spilt the beans. Let the cat out of the bag. Yeah, we would know. Yeah, well, you guys are Merrick DeVille fans. No one listens to you guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Checkmate, liberals. No alcohol or coffee? Oh, I'm just kidding. I don't want to do any of that bullshit. No, I'm good. I don't care how much money. Fuck that. No, we're good. We're chill. Never mind. I'm chilling. We're good. Never mind. I was kidding, guys. I was kidding the whole time. I would never do that. I would never say it on camera and do it. I was kidding. I'm just joking. If you want caffeine, you can have Pepsi? What do you mean? I'm putting the twit longer away. No, that's not true. Really? The Mormons own Pepsi? Thank you. Oh, and it went to Reza Sutra. Thank you, Tyrannix. Okay, so I know a dude here. Okay. Maybe I know 4 people here, but I'm not talking to one of them right now, but it's fine, because it's fine. It's gonna resolve itself. But he's always drinking Pepsi. And I was like, I asked him about it, and I was like, are you really one of those people that prefers Pepsi? And he was like, no, but I don't like Coke, so I don't want to support them, so I drink Pepsi instead. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, fuck Coke, right? Terrible company. But now that I know that the Mormons own Pepsi, I feel like I'm going to have to... I feel like the first thing I do when we start hanging out again is I'm going to have to ruin that for him. Ugh. Yes. Cannot let anyone have anything nice. Whoa. Okay. Do we want to talk about anything that's going on today, guys? What time is it? It's 6:39. Do we really want to stream? Do we want to have a real stream? Do we want to just do a check-in stream? What do I want? Do you guys want to talk about the T app? Mormon church is like 4 hours? Ew. Ew. Would never. No, thank you. Even when I had to go to church when I was like in high school and I was living with my dad and we had to go to church all the time, that was like an hour and I thought that was fucking miserable. Talk about drama, I love it, it's the only thing that gives me joy. Everything is terrible. Do we want to talk about the fact that they're starving out Gaza? Do we want to talk about that, or is that like horrific? Or is that like actually soul crushing? Oh, it's really bad. It's so fucking bad. Okay, let's talk about the T app. Reminds me of Vosh's old setup. Yeah. Okay. So who here does not know what the T app is? Who here does not know yet? Can we get a rip for Malcolm Jamal Warner and Ozzy? Not for Ozzy, no. Absolutely not. Staunch Zionist. We are not Ozzy fans in this house. What's the T app? Okay, so the T app is an app that, so like I've used it for the last like 7 or 8 months. Now, I have a lot of overlap with Vosh's audience, and I know, yeah, Hulk Hogan also died. Yeah, rest in peace. So the only large content creator that I know who's talked about it so far is Vaush. And I also know that I have somewhat of a significant overlap with Vaush's audience. I did not like Vaush's take. But this isn't surprising because I feel like Vaush and I disagree on a number of gender-related issues. So, like, I wasn't surprised by his take at all. Basically, he said that I do understand where he's coming from. So the T app it is this app that women can use, and it's supposed to be exclusively for women. So, like, it scans you, sort of, you know how those TERFs made that app, and it would like scan your face to see if you were a man or a woman, and only women were supposed to use it. The T app did something similar, and for some women it took their ID. You had to upload some women had to upload pictures of their ID. So some women just had to do a selfie. I think I just did a selfie, but I got put on this app. I got put onto it, like someone told me about it, not that I was posted on there. Someone told me about it in December or January of this year. So I've been on it for been browsing it for 7 months now, 7 or 8 months. And basically the idea is you can post pictures of a man, or like his arrest record, or like him confessing to crazy shit in DMs. You can post photos, and then you put a man's first name. You put his age and his first name, and then you talk about like your experience with him. Now it's supposed to be for safety, and like, or if someone's like a serial cheater, or like if someone is married and they're lying to you about it, if someone is spreading STDs, if a guy puts hands on his girl, like stuff like that. And so that's the way that, like, I was informed about it. Someone told me you have to, like, get a link. You had to get a link from another girl for a while, is my understanding as well. And so I had to upload a photo to prove that I was a woman, and I had to get approved. And, like, you can't put guys' last names. And a lot of the photos that I saw were from dating apps or from, like, public social media profiles. I did see some photos that were like screenshots of arrest records, and I did see some photos that were DMs. So I never saw I've never ever seen like a private photo snapped where the guy didn't know his photo was being posted. I have never seen that on the app. I've only ever seen photos that guys uploaded themselves, right? So the way that I always used it was, if I was talking to somebody, I would look to see if they had been posted on there, because I wanted to see if they were dangerous, right? Because I have dated a number of men at this point who lied to me about, like, a lot of stuff. So I think that there's this really big cultural conversation happening all the time, right, about, like, safety and women's safety in dating. But I think that's something that doesn't really it's starting to get touched on, and it does get touched on in some places. And I think, like, there has been discussion about it, like, specifically on Hinge. But something that I have come to find, and I found this all the time in Austin, was that men, a lot of men, and men in my age range, it's not uncommon for them to lie about, like, core aspects of their life or personality to make them more dateable to women. And I don't really see a lot of people talking about this. So I have seen over and over and over again, like, specifically guys lying about their political stances. And maybe I'm running into this more than other women are, because maybe I'm talking about this with guys more than other women are. And I actually had someone recently, the last guy that I was involved with, one of my best friends is also male, and I was, like, talking to him about something with his ex-girl, and he was like, she just doesn't understand this or that or the other about the news and current events. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, she just doesn't get any of that stuff. And I was like, so you guys don't talk about that stuff? And he was like, no. I was like, what do you talk about? What could you possibly talk to this person about? And he was like, Merrick, that's not normal. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, most people don't talk about, like, philosophy, news, current events, their worldview, morality, epistemology. Like, most people don't talk about this stuff all the time. He's like, you and I talk about it because that's what you're interested in, and that's, like, the stuff that we bonded over. But he's like, most people don't talk about this all the time. And so, and then I have a lot of female friends too, and I was talking to one of my really, really close female friends, and I was, like, asking her questions about her boyfriend's opinions on certain things, and she was like, I don't know. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know? She's like, I don't know, I just haven't asked, we haven't talked about that. And I was like, what? What? She's like, oh, we don't talk about that stuff. And I was like, then how do you... Okay. Okay. Sure. But so I've started asking people this now. Hey, in your relationships, do you talk about, like, news, politics, ethics, philosophy, stuff like that? And all the time, people in real life are telling me, no, not really. Or, like, yes, but it's limited. And so I was asking the last guy that I was talking to, and I was like, hey, is this not normal that we talk about this stuff all the time? And he was like, no, it's not. I was like, oh. All right. Word. Like, that's crazy to me. But, so people have started telling me that that's really not normal. So maybe I'm, very common. There is a meme about exactly that going on in Germany the last few weeks. What do you mean? But so something that, like, I find is that I'm asking guys that I'm dating very early on too a lot of questions that are really digging at, like, what is the who are you at your core, right? What are the in-depth parts of your, like, philosophy about the world around you, about who you are as a person, what your morality is. And I'm finding that I'm getting lied to. Not all the time, right? There's definitely a number of guys who are willing to very upfront be like, this, and this. And I'm like, well, I disagree with you about this, that, and the other. And they're like, okay, cool. Right? So there's definitely a number of guys that are willing to be honest and not just trying to tell me what I want to hear. But I have encountered over the past, like, couple of years, finding out that guys are, like, some men are constructing entirely fake personalities and entirely fake opinions And then I find out later that either through like questioning more because I can spot dog whistles, or from like finding social media accounts where they say other stuff, or like, you know, them telling me one thing and then later telling me another when they're more comfortable not remembering, you know, stuff like that. I've been finding that like that is or, you know, like finding out there are other women that they're talking to, that they told them different stuff, you know. So I have found a lot of that. I've also found that a lot of men will pretend that they're only dating you, and then they'll be like lying and seeing other women, and like sometimes having sex with other women. And you're like, oh, okay. And so, and I think you guys know that I was like, my last like actual serious boyfriend cheated on me like constantly, right? And he was on the app. He was on the T app. And I found a number of other women that he had cheated on me with, and I discovered actually that he is now doing to, this is a man who's 29 years old. He's now doing to a 19-year-old what he did to me, but how things with me unraveled over time and got worse and worse and worse over time. He's like speed running up front with this 19-year-old girl she's never been in a situationship, she's never been in like a serious adult relationship, and he is like, he's doing some really bad shit to her. And because her sister found me through the T app and reached out to me and talked to me about it. So a lot of people are calling this like a lot of men are obviously freaking the fuck out that this app exists, and the discourse online has been really insane. But so Vosh's take was that he really strongly dislikes it. He thought it was very dystopian. He hated it. He thinks it's awful, and that it's making people distrust each other more. But he was coming at it from the perspective not of like he doesn't like that women can talk to each other. He was coming at it from the perspective of like, this feels like Palantir, like it's all surveillance state stuff, and that it's like a major invasion of privacy, and stuff like that. So, I am more sympathetic to that perspective than I am like any of the insane like Twitter meltdown stuff that's happening about it, right? Blaming T for society becoming more and more low trust is pretty... Oh, baby brained? Yeah, I don't agree with it. I think like the idea of like shedding a light on people's bad behavior is making people more low trust. I don't think that's it. I think it's the bad behavior that's making people more low trust. Some valid concerns that have been brought up about this app are like, how do you know that everyone is telling the truth, right? Like, surely there are going to be women that are going to get on there and are going to lie. And unfortunately, that is true. There are going to be women who get on there and lie, right? That's very unfortunate. There's nothing that you can really do about that. It's going to be the same thing in the Are We Dating the Same Guy Facebook groups, right? You're always going to see bad actors anytime there's any sort of organizing or networking, right? You're always going to see bad actors. Sorry, I'm going to catch up on chat for a second because you guys are saying stuff and I'm not. Uh-oh, why can I not scroll chat? Okay, there we go. Send that man to the contraption. We need to send that man to the penis explosion chamber. He genuinely should not be allowed to have his penis anymore. He does not use it responsibly. So, yeah, I get it. I really do. I really do understand the concerns of being lied about. Um, so, like, some of you will know that I was falsely accused of sexual harassment on Twitter by a girl who had a much larger following than me, and that it kicked off, like, 2 years of harassment against me, and a lot of really insane shit happening to me, not just online, but, like, in my real life. So, like, I get it. And I think that this is often framed as like a gendered problem, or how would I say this? Being falsely accused is almost always presented as something that happens to men. And I think that usually it is something that happens to men, right? I think the fact that I was falsely accused of sexual harassment is pretty fucking uncommon. It's a pretty uncommon experience for women. I also think that, for women that it does happen to, it's probably also even more uncommon that it happened in a public place where it blew up, right? So I'm in a pretty lonely boat here, right? And I mean, like, people really, really tried to ruin my life. And the accusation went from I heard her having sex in another bed to she raped somebody, right? So by the end of the day, I was being labeled as like a rapist. And there are still people that think that I like sexually assaulted somebody because a girl lied about hearing me have sex, right? So it's been almost 5 years now. And there were very real consequences for me, right? And we've talked about some of that before. Like, people tried to get me swatted, and then they blamed me for trying to prevent myself from being swatted, and like all of this crazy shit, and like all of this horrible stuff happening to me went viral all the time, and everybody defended it, and like blue checks got in on it, journalists got in on it, like it was horrible, and this went on for years, right? So like, I get it. I would elect for that to happen to me over again if the situation were like a tea thing. If it was like, I get falsely accused again, but like multiple other women get saved because people are talking about other real abusers, right? I would choose to go through that again. Because I did go through it. And all of the men screaming and crying online about how their lives would be ruined, or how, like, you're evil if you want to have networks where women can talk to each other because you just can't possibly understand, none of them have ever gone through what I went through. And a lot of them would kill themselves if they had to. Just straight up. They would commit suicide. Because a lot of them are weak. If you are online screaming and crying about that sort of thing, very disingenuously, when false accusations are so incredibly rare, and a lot of the time, nothing happens to people who are accused, right? So I lived it. I went through it, and I think that a lot of the people who are using that disingenuously can go fuck themselves. Like, I'm sorry. The thing about it is, if you don't do bad shit, you shouldn't have to worry about anything. That's kind of not true, though, right? Because I didn't do anything bad, and my life was derailed. But again, like, I'm an outlier, right? So, I remember this story. I think it was my intro to you. Yeah, maybe. Hey, we're halfway there. Thank you. Oh, and it's to Jar Jerk. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. No, oh, no, not 910. Just 10. Being falsely accused seems to just be a broad, across-the-board thing. If men and women were both out on the app, at least everyone would be able to see if they were lied about and respond. The point is that it's supposed to be a safe space from men, right? The internet, I think, is a variable people don't take into consideration with this stuff, because this type of gossip is real easy for people to get away with, and people feel more comfortable doing this stuff online than IRL. I figure for everyone hurt by a lie or mean gossip on that platform, probably dozens are at least saved from a terrible situation. The math checks out easily. I do kind of wish there was a way without the lies and gossip hurting people. Not disagreeing with your take on any of this other stuff, just think that's why it's slightly more common online for someone like a sleepy to do that stuff. I don't know what you mean by that. So that's the thing, is I think this comes down to, like, isn't her name... Oh, Sleepy Socialist. That's right. Yeah, Savvy. Her name is Savvy. But so, yeah, I think that this is a problem of, like, I would rather women be safe and there are going to be some bad actors than a bunch of predators get to run around with no accountability, and no way to warn women about them. I was called a rapist at work. I'm not. It was the few times in my life where I wanted to get violent with a woman. Ooh, okay. We're gonna need a little bit more information about that story before I respond to that. Hey! Oh wow, another sub. Oh, and it's to the guy who we just responded to. I would be interested. Yeah, I would be interested to hear a little bit more about that before I respond to that. So this app has been around for a while, right? I don't really see a lot of pettiness on it. Yeah, let's unpack that. I don't really see a lot of pettiness on it. I don't really see a lot of, like, superficial stuff. I do see, like, hey, I'm gonna go out with this guy. Does anyone know anything about him? I do see people preemptively asking questions, which, you know, I can see how that would feel weird, right? Do you feel like women have gotten to understand the dog whistles of false accusations, being able to sort of get the vibe of if an accuser is credible? No. I feel like that is very, 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 very difficult to determine. Unless there's some kind of, like, evidence presented, or unless there are other people they're willing to back up, I do think that it can be very difficult to determine what is true and what is not. And that is the unfortunate nature of this sort of situation where stuff happens that nobody else was around and that nobody else can see, right? So that's why it's helpful to have, like, maybe screenshots of them, like, admitting to stuff in text, or, like, gaslighting you over text, or, like, other women saying this happened to me too. And that's part of, like, networking, right? Is that you can post a man and be like, he did this, and if you see a bunch of other women in the comments that are like, I live in the area, he did this shit to me too, then that's a good, you know, stuff like that is a good indicator that this is probably true, right? But as far as, like, flags or dog whistles that something isn't true, that's really hard. Like, you're not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. So, like, and something to consider is when we talk about believe women and we talk about believe victims, we're not saying believe every accusation blindly, believe every woman blindly. Like, that's not what that means, right? But what it means is don't disbelieve them off the bat. Don't throw people to the wolves when they say this person hurt me or this person did that to me, right? I think it's good that whenever that girl said that shit about me, that people weren't automatically like, shut up, fuck you, right? I think it's good that people were like, hey, what's going on, right? And then I had the opportunity to respond. Yeah, take allegations seriously, right? But that doesn't mean you just blindly believe everything. I just think it's pretty wild to see guys react the way they did at the mere thought of women maybe communicating with each other, like, probably a lot worse than women feel like this app is necessary. Can you check the profiles to see if they've accused 200 men? No, it doesn't work like that. You can't look at people's profiles. You see posts about men. Like, someone will post a guy, and then they'll say his name and his age, and then they'll explain their story. And then other women can comment. So, this has been out for a while. It hit the news, it hit Twitter like 3 days ago, okay? And everybody started talking about it, and all these men figured out it exists. This went about as well as you would expect it to. I've gathered some tweets, some delicious, delicious, yummy tweets for us to take a look at. It was Twitter men's 9/11. This is true. It hit the timeline like 9-11 for men. Yeah. Oh my god. I've always taken the believe all women thing as like an interpersonal thing too. Like, if my friend told me they were raped, how crazy would it be if I was like, I'm gonna take a neutral stance on this until the evidence settles. Like, fuck that, I'm gonna be on their side. Yeah, I mean, I think if your friend comes to you and is like, I was assaulted, you shouldn't be like, I don't think that you should be like, we need to have the courts investigate this. Like, that's a little sociopathic. Oh, gosh. Most of the men talking about it only talk about it like it's girls spreading mean gossip. None of them talk about calling out actual wrongdoing. Yeah. So, anything like this, you are going to have gossip, right? You're going to have mean gossip. You're going to have women who are like, you're going to have women who are sexualizing men, right? But I would say that I have very, 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 in the 7 or 8 months of browsing it, I have very rarely seen that. Very, very fucking rarely. Almost all of the discourse is respectful. I've actually seen girls call other girls out in comments. I've seen people post stuff that I thought was goofy, and I've seen women in the comments go in and say, this is corny. But you don't hear anyone on Twitter talking about that. You don't hear any of these men talking about that. They're all portraying it as though the entire thing is just mean petty gossip. Like, you're completely correct. And that could not be further from the truth in my experience of browsing it. Yeah. So, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, okay? And then I will be right back. Ooh. It is bathroom time. Hate myself for this. Hold on. What size do we want to make it? Bathroom time. Perfect. Alrighty, princess. Daddy's going to go to the bathroom now. You be good, you hear me? We really gotta get him to do a cameo. Bathroom time, princess. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Can I just say, I'm so sorry. Can I just say that calling robots wirebacks as a slur is fucking crazy? Clanker is right there, okay? Clanker is good. Clanker works. Why are we calling them wirebacks? I don't like that. It makes me uncomfortable, okay? I don't like it. We're not doing that. Just so you know, we're not doing that in this chat. We'll be calling them clankers in here, okay? Yeah, wirebacks. Not wirebox. Wirebacks. Can anyone see the problem here? Does anyone know what the problem is here? Clanker is fine, okay? Yeah, I'm here to silence Latino voices. I saw your stupid comment. I saw your stupid comment, JarJark on Twitter.com. I saw it. As the Latino representative. Shut up. Shut up. Slurs are needed for robots? Yes. Obviously. What are you, new here? First time chatter? What are you, new here? I am the representative. So true. Doesn't even make sense since most tech is wireless. Thank you! It's bad and it sucks. I will only be accepting Clanker in this chat. Question? Okay. Ask me your question. You might get an answer. If a man says he's been in 40 bar fights, what does that say about him? That says that he's cat turd. That says that he is the owner and operator of the cat turd Twitter account. And that he's an alcoholic, but he's never been an alcoholic, actually. I think he tweeted in like 2013 that he was an alcoholic and he was working on it, and then in 2025 he tweeted that he'd never been an alcoholic, and then he tweeted that he'd been in 40 bar fights. That's what it says. That's what it says about a man if he says that. Ugh. Okay. He's still drinking to this day? Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Nick Adams is an ambassador now? An ambassador to what? Fucking M&M's? What is he an ambassador to? Wait, Catchard actually claimed that? Yes. Yeah. Wait, just shut up. You're just saying stuff. No, he is a U.S. ambassador. No. Wait, Tyranids, you're saying Andrew... Are you guys fucking... No, that's real? No, that's not real. Hold on. No fucking way. No. No, okay. Oh my god, he's just the nominee. Oh my god, it's gonna pass. He's gonna become the ambassador. Like, what? Oh no. Oh no. Guys, that's real. That's fucking real. Oh no. It was something like, I'm from the South, I've been in 40 bar fights and would crush you whip. Yeah, it was something like that. It was very funny. Okay. Gosh, fucking, what a mess. Okay. Well, that's really horrifying. That's the worst thing I've ever read. And I want to I want to walk into the road every day. Okay. Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh! I'm going to show you guys some specially curated tweets. I'm like an art director or a museum curator, but for the worst shit you've ever seen in your life. Yay. Yes, the tweets. Yes, the tweets. It's time. Oh no. Okay. The Museum of Turd Tweets, yeah. Okay. So, it kind of starts here. I love telling women that I'm not violent by headbutting my thoughts into their mind. So true. Okay. So this guy, which this is not a real person. Let's be so serious right now. Had my picture posted on the T app without consent. Filed a copyright publicity complaint via Apple Legal, App Store dispute form. Apple looped in T devs, warned them. Post was gone in hours. If this happens to you, go through Apple since they have to respond. I don't know how true that is, right? I'm not a legal expert. I don't know how true this is. I'm not going to speak to the veracity of this. What I will say is that, oh look, it's me. I saw this and I said, I'm going to go through this man's Twitter and I'm going to find horrifying shit. So I went through that man's Twitter and I found horrifying shit. Okay. I didn't even search keywords. I just scrolled down. Keep that in mind. So I said, guys like you absolutely need to be on that app. You're a psycho, actually. Scrolled down and this is what I found. Crazy that girls who went to shitty state schools have the audacity to leave me on red for longer than 10 minutes. 30 years ago, that would have earned them a federally subsidized lobotomy. Okay. All right. Cool. I do love the idea that we were lobotomizing women in the 90s. That is very good. That's very funny. You weren't actually supposed to vote for Zoran. You were just supposed to pretend you did, so you could hook up with socialist chicks more easily. Cool. A conversation I had with a girl I met tonight. Me. What do you do for work? Her. I'm in investment banking. Me. M&A, which I believe is, what is that, like mergers and acquisitions or something? Yeah, okay. Her. I do recruiting. Then he says, dumb bitch. Cool. The Zoran one was hilarious. I actually don't think it's very funny. I don't think that lying about your politics, and lying about like a really important core aspect that involves like a bunch of different components of your personality to deceive people so that you can extract something really personal and intimate from them. I don't think that's cool. I actually think that that's pretty sociopathic and evil, actually. And I think that you are the kind of guy that you've been in my chat long enough, and I've seen you chat long enough, and I know that if you felt like a woman used deceit, like really, really fundamental, like deep running deceit with a man, I think that you would be absolutely fucking furious about it. So this is my problem. This has been my problem with you throughout a lot of your engagement, is that I think that you, I don't really think that you come at the men's rights thing from an egalitarian perspective because you genuinely care about men. I think that you don't like women. I think that you're pretty misogynistic and that you're very one-sided and that a lot of your concern for men is fake and resentful. You're polite in here sometimes, and I do appreciate that. You are civil in here from time to time, but you say stuff like that, and I think it just indicates to me that you're not, yeah, this is the male rights guy, yeah. You say stuff like that, and it just indicates to me that you're not, like, coming at this from a perspective of, like, trying to be a good person and trying to make sure that men are taken care of. I think there's a lot of hate in your heart, and that sucks. Because I wish that you would be better! Anyway, here's one. Girl with an insanely attractive face, but just a little chubby, liked me on Hinge. If I had more free time, I'd totally try to invest in this opportunity and manipulate her into taking Ozempic, going to Barry's every morning, maybe in another life. I believe Barry's is a gym. Cool. I would manipulate a woman into taking a very serious medication with life-altering, serious permanent side effects. Cool. So I said, permanent butt. Yeah, I said, you need to be on that app. You're fucking psycho. Like, and it was really interesting, that, Milo. Yes, I like my own tweets. Suck my dick about it. This is exactly who you think it is. This is him. That's really him for real, for real. So if you don't know who that is, yeah, of course I like my own tweet. I wrote it. I wouldn't have written it if I didn't like it. This is Milo Yiannopoulos. So, his whole thing, he's super far right. His whole thing is that, like, I think he was a big Gamergate guy, actually. Oh, yeah. He worked for Breitbart from 2014 to 2017. Significant voice in the Gamergate controversy. Yeah. Well, so initially he became relevant because he worked for Breitbart, but he did really pile on with Gamergate. Followed by Curtis Yarvin, yeah, because of course he is. He interned for MTG? Yeah, so he used to get a series of speaking tours, right? Like, and he would speak at colleges. And he was like a really big, like, anti-SJW, like in the era where, like, Sargon of Akkad was super big on YouTube. Like, that, back then, right? He would go to a bunch of different colleges and he would speak and he would talk shit about, like, Islam and feminism and woke, well, this was before we used the term wokeness, but you know what I mean. And he's a British gay man. And then he had this weird, so he got in trouble. And he got in trouble because, and we'll go into this in a minute. Well, I'll actually read about it to make sure I'm correct. But the way I remember this is Milo got in trouble because he went onto a podcast where he talked about when he was a young man, he was touched by an older man. And then he went on to say that he thinks that there are relationships in the gay community that can happen between young boys and older men, and that it can be like, that they can be formative and important in some ways. And a lot of people were like, what? It was really bad. It was not great. It was Rogan? No, I think it was on the Drunken Peasants. Hold on. There'll be a controversy section. There will be a controversy section, guys. Yeah, he described being molested as like a positive experience for him and said that it can be a positive experience for boys. It was a rough one. It was a real rough one. Okay. Let me see. Yep, so then here is talking about the tours that he used to go on. So they would protest him at colleges and stuff like that, and that was really good for him at the time. Yeah, here we go. The pedophilia and child sexual abuse section. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. Drunken peasants walked so that Joe Rogan could run. So true. I don't know what kind of insane shit he said on Joe Rogan. I just know that he said this on Drunken Peasants. So. In an interview from a January 2016 episode of the podcast Drunken Peasants, Yiannopoulos stated that sexual relationships between 13-year-old boys and adults can happen perfectly consensually because some 13-year-olds are, in his view, sexually and emotionally mature enough to consent with adults. He spoke favorably both of gay 13-year-old boys having sex with adult men and straight 13-year-old boys having sex with adult women. He used his own experience as an example, saying he was mature enough to be capable of giving consent at a young age. He also stated that pedophilia is not a sexual attraction to someone 13 years old who is sexually mature, but rather that pedophilia is attraction to children who have not yet reached puberty. Later in the interview, I missed 5 minutes ago. So true. Later in the interview, after his previous comments received some pushback from the hosts, he stated, I think the age of consent law is probably about right. That is probably roughly the right age. But, there are certain people who are capable of giving consent at a younger age. I certainly consider myself to be one of them. Milo, Milo, Milo. Milo, 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 Milo. I too missed 5 minutes ago when I didn't have to say this. Okay. Milo Yiannopoulos subsequently held a press conference at which he said he had been molested as a child and that his comments were a way to cope with it. Okay. All right. Are we ready to have kind of an uncomfortable conversation? Are we ready to have an uncomfortable conversation? All right, I'm going to switch back over to this for context. Okay. I'm going to tell you something, and you guys might not love it. When I saw this, I believe him when he says that these comments are his way of coping with it. I do believe that, right? And there is a part of me that feels really bad for him, right? There is a part of me, so when I see that, when I say when I see, I certainly, there are people who are capable of giving consent. I consider myself to be one of them. When I see that, I fully believe that this is someone who is in an incredible amount of pain. and who had something really horrible done to them, and that the only way they can deal with it is that they have to pretend like it wasn't that bad, or that they weren't really that victimized, or that they're not really fucking destroyed and traumatized by it. So what I see is someone who is very, very hurt and very repressed, and is doing anything and everything and saying anything and everything they can to not, to be able to be okay, right? And that's really fucking sad. So when I see this, instead of going, ew, he's a gross pedophile, what I see is someone who has not dealt with the fact that really evil shit was done to them. Now, does that make it okay for him to say those things? No. Absolutely it does not, right? I think especially when you're getting into like if he had exclusively said, I think it was okay that it happened to me, I think I was ready at the time, and left it at that, that alone would be problematic in itself because of the implication, right? Now, it becomes really bad and even more problematic when he says other kids have that agency as well. When he says that other children could be ready and mature enough as well, right? So that's the point where we cross over from him being a very confused, very repressed victim to someone who is becoming a victimizer, right? Because I think if you are advocating for that sort of thing, you're feeding into rape culture, you're obviously advocating for pedophilia. In that sense, you are not touching a child yourself, you're not facilitating someone else touch a child, but you are supporting culture that does that. You're supporting people that do that, so you, in your own way, are becoming a victimizer. And that's not acceptable, right? So your trauma is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. And that is so fucking tough, right? That's so hard, because what was done to you is not your fault. And we're gonna take this off Milo for a second. So what was done to you is not your fault. People that hurt you especially when you were hurt when you were little, that is not your fault. That will never be your fault, right? If people hurt you when you were older, that's also not your fault. If people did things to you that you didn't want done to you, and that has completely changed the way you interact with the world, and that's made you take on negative traits, it's made you a worse person, it has damaged you, it has made you adopt maladaptive coping strategies and antisocial behavior, that is still not your fault, but that is your responsibility. And that is so deeply unfair. And I understand that that's deeply unfair, right? Because none of us walk through this life unscathed. I get that. And some of us had really, really horrible shit happen when we were little, okay? But you have a responsibility, right? No one can fix that for you. You have to fix that for yourself. You are the only person. You are the only person who can start to heal and start to mend yourself. You are the only person who can genuinely take accountability for the ways in which you are hurt and for the ways in which you have adopted potentially maladaptive or antisocial coping strategies to that hurt. No one else can do that for you, right? So you also have a responsibility to other people. We live in a world where a lot of people will tell you, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe anyone anything. People will say things like that. People will go online and they'll say all kinds of deeply antisocial things. We are very alienated from one another. We live in a society that purposefully alienates us from each other, that purposefully treats human beings as disposable. They're not. The people around you are not disposable. The people around you have thoughts and feelings exactly the same way you do. They hurt the same way that you do. They enjoy things the same way that you do. They think critically about things the same way that you do, and they feel, okay? So if you're going to live in a society around other people, you have a responsibility to those people to engage in pro-social behaviors, to not hurt other people. The same way that those people have a responsibility to you to do the same thing. Will they fail you? Yeah. Will people violate that social contract? Will they hurt you? Yes. Will some of those people do it on purpose? Yes. And that's fucking horrible, right? But you cannot control other people. You can only control yourself. So, you will fail too. You will hurt people. Sometimes you'll be petty and malicious and you'll do it on purpose. Probably in small ways, right? But you're human. But you have to do your best. You have got to try your hardest. And so it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable to let the fact that you were a victim turn you into a victimizer. Completely unacceptable. So, the conversation around Milo and the controversies and the reason why he started to fall out of favor, I do think there's nuance to it, right? I do think that we can be compassionate with people while also understanding that there need to be rules. There needs to be rules, and there needs to be things that are acceptable, and there need to be consequences. Yeah. There need to be consequences for advocating for things that hurt other people, basically. So this happens, and it becomes a really big thing, okay? So he starts to fall out of favor. I think around the same time, it came out that his passwords when he worked at Breitbart, he might have actually still been working for Breitbart at the time, were like Night of the Long Knives, which, Nazi stuff. That's a Nazi reference, right? So, a lot of, Oh, I'm sorry, there's something else here. You guys were mentioning Joe Rogan. I didn't know what that was about. This talks about it here. Okay, so yeah, so he actually got fired from Breitbart for that. Or he was pushed out of Breitbart, essentially. Yiannopoulos was later criticized for attending Hollywood boat parties and house parties in which boys he described as very young, were sexually abused, but failing to report the abusers to the authorities or to identify them during an appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience. Jesus Christ. When asked about this by Ryan Lizza of New York Magazine, Yiannopoulos said he didn't check anyone's IDs. He was assuming they were 16 or 17. He reiterated that he does not advocate for any illegal behavior or excuse it. When on March 10th, an additional video emerged in which he said on a 2015 episode of Gavin McInnes' show that child sexual abuse is really not that big of a deal. You can't let it ruin your life. Yiannopoulos was criticized for mocking child sexual abuse victims by calling them whinging, selfish brats for suddenly remembering they were abused and suddenly deciding it was a problem 20 years after the abuse occurred. He also said that there was a huge disproportionate overlap between homosexual men and pedophiles. That's not true, actually. Every study that we've done on this shows that that is not true. So that was in 2015 and 2016 and 17 when he was making these comments. Fast forward to August of last year, He tweeted, "At 13, I was raped by a priest. His name was Father Michael. He died years ago. I said some stupid shit trying to make sense of it, which was used against me in 2017. The idea that this translates to Milo is a pedo is so warped and dark that anyone who says it is dead to me forever." Yeah. So, yeah. This is a person who was really hurt and who did not deal with it properly, and went on to look the other way and to say some very, very, very inappropriate things about it happening to other kids. And that's really, really, really unfortunate. So he falls out of favor with the right for a long time because of this. And then in 2021, he tries to come out as straight. He does the whole ex-gay thing. He was an ex-gay and would begin advocating on behalf of improving the public image of gay conversion therapy. In June 2021, he announced that he was fundraising for a gay conversion therapy center in Florida. So this is the exact same thing. This is a person who is so deeply traumatized over the fact that he's gay that he can't deal with it, and so he has to pretend that he's no longer gay. And on top of that, he has to try and push that prescription on other people as well. This is exactly the same thing we just talked about, just with a different subject. This person has a lot of psychosexual issues and a lot of sexual trauma. And he is making it everyone else's fucking problem. He's publicly miserable and he's making that everyone else's fault. So then, in 2022, he gained a little bit, he gained a little bit of notoriety again because him and Nick Fuentes teamed up together to try and get Kanye West elected for president. Yes, I'm serious. Yes, this happened. Yiannopoulos claimed that he arranged the well-publicized November 2022 dinner between Trump, Kanye West, and far-right commentator Nick Fuentes to make Trump's life miserable. I also wanted to send a message to Trump that he has systematically, repeatedly neglected, ignored, and abused the people who love him the most, the people who put him in office, and that kind of behavior comes back to bite you in the end, he said. In March 2023, Yiannopoulos published material on his Telegram channel about the Stop the Steal founder, Ali Alexander, who had also worked on Kanye West's campaign. Yiannopoulos alleged that Alexander had been propositioning teenage boys for sex and soliciting sexually explicit photographs and videos from them. In May 2023, Yiannopoulos was rehired by West to run his campaign. Ooh. He's so messy. It's so messy. So messy. So fucking unserious. How does he keep getting away with it? So the thing is, Milo is very charismatic. I've watched a lot of him talking. I've watched a lot of videos with him. I've seen some of his content. I have argued with him. Milo is he can be funny. He's very charming. He's very charismatic. He's just also a piece of shit, right? So that's how he keeps getting away with it. Yeah. The fact that Kanye West rehired him is so absolutely incredible. All of this shit was so unserious. This was around the time that Kanye West was going on to like Alex Jones's show and being like, I'm Netanyahu, and he was wearing like the bodysuit that zipped up from the front, and he had the net and the bottle of Yoo-hoo, and he was like, I'm Kanye West and I love Hitler. Like when he was doing that insane shit. Milo was getting him these interviews. Milo and Fuentes were there pushing him to do all this stuff. This was a little before Kanye said he loves Hitler. Yeah. He's so Milo has really, and Milo's been very upfront about the fact, like, you're right, like, he's such a ridiculous person. Yeah, Milo's been upfront about the fact that he considers himself a provocateur. He considers himself to be flamboyant and ridiculous. He likes being funny. He uses that, right? Yeah, Net and Yoo-hoo. The Net and Yoo-hoo Kanye era was fucking crazy. And Milo was right there. So why did we start talking about all of this? We're looping it back, okay? We're bringing it back in. I took my Adderall today. Can you guys tell? A lot less distractions than usual. Kanye West was wearing a NASCAR-style racing jumpsuit during the Alex Jones appearance, and it was down the list of crazy that evening. Yeah, so it was like a NASCAR jumpsuit thing, but it completely covered his whole body, and it had like a zipper that ran all the way down the front. Like, it covered his face and head and everything. It was so insane. I'm sure you guys have seen this like super iconic image. Yeah, like, you guys have seen this. What is going on here? We need to shut down NASCAR-inspired zippable GIMP suits until we can figure out what is going on. Oh, man. I'm jealous of your ability to stay on topic. We're dealing with a focused Merrick. I know. I've never been focused like this before. What is going on? It's drugs. I'm on my drugs. I'm on the drugs I'm supposed to be on. Ugh. Yeah. So that is the lore on Milo Yiannopoulos, who responded to me about the T app. That's what we were talking about. He looks like he's wearing a book sock. So true. Gotta hop off. Looking forward to more streams now that I got the long-term sub. Yay! Okay. Have a nice night, day, wherever. Thank you for popping in. He's got that bank robber fit. Yeah, he's got that fucking stick 'em up steez. Exactly. So true. Okay. So Milo, pops into my mentions about this insane man who probably none of this is real, right? But talking about the T app, and Milo says, women like a man with a sense of humor, Merrick. And I said, Milo, you really wouldn't know. Sit this one out. Fuck. Oh my god. And he goes, I'm a connoisseur of women, in fact. He said, what you are is past your prime and no longer relevant. Oh! Blew him out of the water. Okay, let's see if I unlike my own tweets. Oh, wow, damn. Still ratioed that bitch like crazy. Look at this. 237 likes. 1.5 thousand 52. 392. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm a connoisseur of women is definitely a thing that straight men say. Yeah, so true. That's exactly what a straight guy would say. 100%. Oh, man. Yeah, putting up numbers. Absolute flawless victory. And you know what's crazy is that I'm at like 70. Oh, you can't see because my stupid head's in the way. I am at 70.4 thousand followers. Milo has 353,500. The ratios are insane. Punish Mother back in the algorithm, boys. We're so fucking back. Actually, I've been going viral, like, regularly. We might be back. We might be a little bit back. Ooh, remember when we were doing it every day? Remember when there was, like, 6 months where I couldn't get a tweet with, like, less than 80,000 likes on it? Do you remember that shit? I remember that shit. And then I know the exact day that Twitter turned my engagement off in 2023. It was August 16th, 2023. Fuck you, Elon. Oh my god, what is this? What the fuck is this? I don't Okay. Okay. Ooh, alright. Okay, I don't fucking, he thinks he's so edgy. I don't like Shakira's dancing. I don't find it sexually appealing at all. God, he's so dumb. Ugh, okay. Ugh. Didn't The Guardian write a story about you? No. The Daily Mail wrote a story about me, though. Bastards. So, let's go look. Let's look at some more. Let's look at some more of this tea talk, okay? Let's look at some of the chatter. Let's see what Mommy's curated for us. So a lot of the commentary has been about how the women who use the app are ugly. And now you ask me, Merrick, who is to say that? No one is supposed to be anonymous. All the women online are anonymous. How does anyone know what they look like? To which I now have to inform you that within like a day and a half, 2 days of everyone talking about this app, the information of all of the women who use the app was leaked. Okay. So, basically, guys got really fucking mad, really fucking worked up, really pissed off, and they went and they found the information of all of the women who have accounts on T, and then they found the ID photos, and they leaked all of the women's private information. So a lot of these guys were going around saying that women were doxing men on the app. People were calling it a doxing and stalking app, which that's not what those words mean. Neither of those things were happening on the app. So the way that the app works is you can make a post about a man, right? You can put his first name and his age and photos. Is that posting a picture without someone's consent? Sure. Is that stalking? No. That's not even close to what stalking is. Is that harassment? Maybe you could get into, if someone was doing this like over and over and over and over and over and over again, maybe you could get into that being harassment, but also the person themselves is not being contacted, so that's also not really what harassment is, especially if it's like one post. Is it doxing? No, not necessarily, right? Like, is that innately what doxing is? No. What doxing is when you take someone's private personal information that is not publicly known and you release that against their wishes. So if you put a guy's first name in a picture that he has publicly posted, that is not doxing. That's not even close to what doxing is. And I've seen a lot of guys on Twitter talking about like, oh, it's putting men's addresses and their phone numbers. No, that's not real. That's not how it works. The app doesn't even allow you to put a man's last name. You are certainly not allowed to put a man's address. Like, of course that's not fucking allowed. Of course that's not happening. I have never once seen a man's address. I've never once seen where a man works. Never seen a man's last name. The way that the phone number thing works is that if you already have a man's phone number, you can put that on the post and it's not shown publicly. So if another woman already has a man's phone number, she can put it in and see if it gets tagged in your post. It is not publicly shown. That's the phone number thing. Never seen a phone number leaked, never seen an address leaked, never seen a man's place of employment leaked. Okay? I've been browsing this app for 3/4 of a year. And the way it works is it's based off first names. So I don't just see stuff in my city. If I look up Sean or John or Ryan or whatever, I see every Sean, John, and Ryan in every city, okay? So it's not just like, oh, women in Austin aren't doing that. Women nowhere are doing it. So all of the stuff that you're seeing guys say about it being a stalking and harassment and doxing website, literally none of that is true, none of that is real. This is men mad that women were talking about men online and completely making shit up. Total fabrication. Now, does that probably exist somewhere? Did one person on the app maybe post where somebody works one time? Yeah, probably. But acting like this is like even remotely normally happening, or even like to act like even a small minority of users are doing this as a group is also wrong and a lie. So, in response to this, what men did was dox and harass a bunch of women. So they got their IDs and they got all their information and their photos. They found it, and then they started publishing them. So I'm not going to show you. There's a whole lot of pictures on Twitter right now where it just shows just people's uncensored IDs. I'm not going to show you guys that stuff. This is a map. Purportedly, this is a map of all the T users. It's not. Make T app. Women willingly give info to dox men. Didn't happen. App is hacked and all women are doxed. Did happen. It's like poetry. It's not. It's the reason why the app was made in the first place. So this is not real. Because I got a link to it, and I looked it up, and I'm not on there, right? And my information should have been on there. This is not real. So, I'm sure you guys know what this word means. But if you don't, it's just as ugly as you think it is. The map itself, when you click the link, the map is called, it's called Roasty Map or whatever. Like, these are men who are not, these are men who are not well-adjusted. These are men who hate women. These are misogynists. All the chatter you see online about this, the men who are furious and up in arms about this, they are misogynists. Look at this. When I get posted on the T app and it says I'm a bigot instead of something actually hurtful, like saying my stroke game terrible. I think it's really, really, really funny that all these guys who've never been on the app and don't know anything about it are like, oh, women are only using it to shame, to talk about petty bullshit and to gossip. But then the guys who are finding themselves on there, when they're talking about what's being said about them, guess what they're saying is being said about them? It's stuff like this. So, is it petty gossip? No. It's letting other women know that you are a dangerous, unsafe person. You are a bigot. You are a danger to society. Like, cool. If you don't know what that word means, just Google it. It's really fucking ugly. It's really, really fucking ugly. So then we got this stuff going on. Oh, I mean, you know, you can explain it in chat. I'm not gonna do it. I'm tired. So then we got this stuff going on. This is not a real app. It was not made, but like, I mean, come on. Introducing Box Score, a man-only app where users anonymously share info and warnings about women to spot red flags and feedback. Yeah? Warnings and red flags? One of the first comments is, what's the likelihood this will be used exclusively for revenge porn? He says 69%. Wow, very funny. This is diabolical. We boys gotta stick together. Give whomever came up with that name a prize. And then here's this one. Women's pussy rating site. Call it a box score. Okay. Okay. Fantastic logo. It's exactly what I envisioned. Just okay. I'm tired. I'm so tired. So, women made an app. Not women made, but someone made an app. Women used an app to talk about men who were sketchy and dangerous. Men, in response, had a fucking... Yeah, it was their 9/11. And they doxed and harassed those women. They completely lied about what women were doing on the app. Totally misrepresented the whole thing. Threw massive hissy fits everywhere. Talked crazy mad shit. Doxed and harassed women. And then talked about how they were going to make a bunch of apps that were used for slut shaming and objectifying women. Called things like Box Score. There's another one. Yes. So lots of commentary about what the women who use the app look like. This is a collection of women who are close to 200 pounds. Close to 200 pounds or over. So a lot of men have been talking about how they think all of the women on the app are fat and ugly. Cool. Someone created a website where you can rate the users of the hacked feminist doxing app T. Okay. Has anyone found an attractive woman on here? Okay. The app won't let me download T because I'm under 125 pounds. gonna make an app called Coffee where the boys can warn each other on which girls are absolutely ran through. Cool. You're a really cool person. What a cool thing to say. What a cool thing to do. Super awesome. Okay. Merrick, serious question. Why are women allowed to have one, but you seriously upset that they would try to make a male version? Well, that's not what's happening. I don't think that that's an appropriate or acceptable or fair question to ask me, because that's not what's happening right now. If men made an app to talk about women who had assaulted them or who were dangerous, then I would support that. But that's not what's happening. Women made an app to talk about men who were dangerous and who had assaulted them, or who were cheaters and who had secret families, right? And then men decided that they were gonna talk about how those women are fat and ugly and not fuckable, and then talked about how they were gonna make apps to slut shame women, to call women whores and sluts. And then all those men got online and doxed and harassed those women. So these are not remotely comparable. Not only are they not the same thing, they're not comparable, actually. So women were using this app to stay safe and to share information, whereas men want to make apps to hurt women, to harm them, to be evil to and about them, right? To dehumanize them and make a big fucking deal about women having sex, which is not a big deal. It's just not a problem, right? Men decided that they wanted to make apps that encourage hate and violence and bigotry against us for us having sex, something that's not a problem and does not matter. So, that's why I think this fucking sucks, actually, and is really shitty. Yeah, and post revenge porn. And fucking dehumanize women. Yeah. Oh, God. There's also a huge gap in the relative safety of the two. There is a huge culture that promotes and protects sexual violence against women that doesn't exist against men. Okay, so I will say that we as a culture do not take seriously men being sexually assaulted, and we don't take seriously violence and abuse towards men from women. That said, if we're going to talk about the scope of these problems, women are if we look at the rates of women killed by their male partners and then look at the rates of men killed by their female partners, it's fucking laughable. To put the two together is offensive. To try and compare the two is fucking offensive, right? Yeah, I mean, men are raping, abusing, and hurting women at rates that women could never dream, never, ever achieve towards men. So, yeah, I definitely agree with you as far as that goes. Yeah, so it's the idea that a woman being overweight or, like, having had sex before is somehow the equivalent of men, like cheating on their wives or putting their hands on a girl or, like, spreading STDs. These guys take things that are not problems and equate them to, like, real-world harm done to women. It's terrible and it happens when it does, but it's not nearly as systemic. Yeah, exactly. For a second, I thought you liked the tweet on screen because you agreed with it. No, I do, because it's my tweet. Because it's my tweet. I do agree with it. Yeah. So that is where we're at with the tea situation. So I guess I'm a little bit... Do you see why I didn't like Vosh's take? Because he didn't talk about any of this. Like, he didn't show any of the reactions. Like, he didn't talk about the fact that he kind of presented it like it was a stalker doxer app, and like, it's not. And I think something that's been really wild is watching a bunch of men say what's happening on the app when they've never been on it and they don't know, and I've used it for like 7 or 8 months, and they're sitting here telling me what's on it, and I'm like, no. And I think if these guys were like, oh, there's going to be an instance or two of this, or that may exist on there, that's one thing, right? Because I'm not going to... Thank you, Ernan. I'm not going to sit here and say that I've seen every post, right? And if I haven't seen something, it didn't happen, because, like, come on, obviously that's like shitty and bad faith and like not a good thing for me to say or do. But they're portraying it, and what they're saying is that the entire purpose of the app and that everything on it, they're alternating between everything on it is petty gossip and everything on it is harmful stalking and doxing. And it's just like, I've never, I mean, I'm sure it exists, but like, I've literally never seen it in almost a year. I've never seen it, not one time. So to act like it's this big problem on the app is like, I'm sorry, that's a fantasy. That's a fantasy that these men want to have because they're mad. They want that to be happening on the app because they're fucking resentful. Ooh, what are we doing? Oh, we good? We Gucci? Okay, we're good. Vosh was definitely being lazy on this. I was really confused by his take. Yeah. I feel like he'd have a better take after hearing your take. I don't know. I think he will probably just double down on whatever it is that he thinks. And I think also, like, you know, I also think that, like, a lot of his problems come from a different perspective than what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about, like, the way that this is going to affect gender relations, whereas he was talking about, like, the surveillance state feeling of it. And I get that, I do, but it was a little frustrating because it was frustrating. It was very frustrating. I think especially because there was not the acknowledgement from him that there's a lot of deceit happening in the dating market right now. I think that that's something that goes unsaid by a lot of people, is that men are a lot of young men especially, are extraordinarily deceitful about very important stuff when it comes to sex and to using women, to really emotionally destroying women in the dating market. And every single woman I know, every single young woman, every woman in my age range, every woman who is like older teens in their 20s that I talk to has kind of told me that, like, they don't trust men, that they think men are lying about, like, really important parts of, like, who they are in their lives, that in general there is a ton of deceit. And, like, because I thought about this, right, and I was like, okay, is this me? Because I've had a series of bad experiences. But the more I talk to people and the more I talk to young women about this, the more I'm finding that they all have had the exact same experience. So, I think that we are we're kind of in a gender relations crisis right now. And I think that a lot of young men, I think a lot of people are very, very, very afraid of being vulnerable. I think a lot of people are very afraid of being hurt. Actually, Anthony Fantano and I were just having a really interesting conversation about this before I got on stream. And, him and I were talking about it, and it's just like, yeah, I think a lot of people are really, really afraid of real vulnerability. They don't know how to do real vulnerability. And I think that, like, dating apps and social media, and gurus like a lot of these misogynistic men's rights influencers and gurus are actively making the situation worse, because men are taught by these influencers to lie to women. They are actively being taught to deceive us, and there's not really a counterpart for women. Like, there's definitely some women who are like gold diggers or whatever, but you almost exclusively see that amongst, like, in like the sex industry and in sugar babies and stuff. There is like a small subset of women who do like the get your inner femme fatale or your inner feminine, but like, honestly, a lot of those are conservative too. A lot of those preach like patriarchy and conservatism values too. But that's so much smaller. Like, the existence of misogyny influencers who teach men to lie, use, abuse, and deceive women to extract as much emotionally and sexually out of them, to look at women as resources to be extracted from. The amount of misogyny influencers that are actively teaching this to young boys, I mean, nothing compares to it. And the view counts that these guys get are fucking astronomical. So it is very scary. It's very, very fucking scary. And I don't think Vosh has any idea about any of that, so that's why I don't think he was talking about it. But, I also think that, like, he's doing the best with the perspective that he has, which is that of a man, right? So, I think that having, been a woman in the dating market, especially a woman who is sexual, a woman who, is pretty open and who doesn't really play games, I'm obviously going to have a very, very different perspective on this, and I'm going to have different insight and different experiences, and I'm going to have information that he does not. So, I don't really begrudge him that I strongly disagreed with his take. Women lie just as much when dating, and what is worse is that it is very hard to tell when they are lying, at least with men you can tell. Incorrect. There's a whole online network teaching young men to lie and to deceive women. And you absolutely... one gender is not better at lying than the other. That's not how that works, like, at all. There's zero studies or information to show that. And, like, men have always had secret families. Like, come on. Like, since the dawn of time, men have been cheating and deceiving women and having secret fucking families. Like, let's be so honest right now. Let's be so for real right now. My grandfather had... Jesus Christ. We should arrest the manosphere and send them to the countryside to learn from the peasantry. We should arrest the manosphere and send them to the penis explosion chamber. Oh, yeah, Jar Jar. It's pretty fucked. Like, I just seen someone be like, yeah, I still haven't told my wife that I'm racist. I slow walked some of my views recently, but I'm still holding off on that. I posted that. You saw that from me. Because I tweeted the... What did I fucking tweet? I tweeted, because I made fun of that guy. That tweet came from the same guy who was like, my buddy is 6'2", works in finance, clean, has a great job, but he's a little socially awkward, maybe a little weird. His political views are maybe a little awkward, but he can't find a girlfriend. Is this what modern dating has come to? It's that guy. That guy was the one who's like, yeah, I'm lying to my wife about my beliefs. By the way, my ex-boyfriend did that to me. He lied to me about his political beliefs, and I found out through a text message to one of his friends, like almost a year into our relationship, that he was lying about all of his political beliefs to me. Very common, actually. This is so common that women are actually talking to each other and warning each other about guys on Hinge and Bumble lying about their political beliefs. Men are on TikTok talking about how they lie about their political beliefs on dating websites because they're conservative and they want to fuck liberal women. And they know that liberal women won't want to date them and won't want to fuck them and won't want to be associated with them if they know they're conservative, so they just fucking lie. This is becoming like a really big issue and like a well-known phenomenon right now. If women are just a sexual conquest, lying is fine, right? Well, that's the thing, is because they don't see us as human, right? Because these guys are misogynistic, because we live in a deeply misogynistic society. And so men as a demographic, especially conservative men, do not see women as human beings the same way they see themselves as human beings. They literally think that we don't have a similar depth of thought and a depth of emotion. And now some of them don't think that explicitly. Some of them don't know that they think that. Sometimes you talk to a guy and he says stuff and he thinks he's a good dude. He thinks he doesn't hate women. And then when you get into it and you really start to unravel and you know the right questions to ask, you find out that he doesn't think that women are fully developed humans the same way that him and other men are. And he doesn't even know he thinks that. I have absolutely encountered this multiple times in my personal life, not just seeing it play out online. This is what happens when sex is about conquest, when masculinity is filtered through just understanding it as a series of like dominance trials, dominance over other men, not being dominated yourself by other men, dominating women, sex as a conquest, sex as an act of dominance, women as inferior. Oh, let me show you. Yeah, this guy. So this is the tweet. This is the tweet that I was making fun of because it's really funny. What? Why are we doing this? Okay. I have a good friend who's an ultra smart data science guy, master's in statistics, great job, 6'2", maybe a touch socially awkward, but a good dude. Legit cannot find a girlfriend, years of frustration on dating apps. Feel for him. These types of guys used to clean up with women. And then I went and I searched the term racist in his tweets. And this is what I found. Oh. Oh my god, these are so funny. This is so funny. This is what I found. I didn't come out as a full-blown racist Baptist day one to my wife. She still doesn't know everything I think. She's a Democrat, as are 95% of young women in our city. She knew I was a Republican, and I just slow-walked a few controversial opinions as time passed. Like, this is not abnormal. Remember how we were talking earlier about how people don't talk to their partners about the full scope of like their political beliefs, their moral beliefs? A lot of guys believe a lot of really fucked up shit that their wives and girlfriends don't know about. Isn't it wild how they specifically want to fuck progressive liberal women? Not sure if it's a matter of them just finding conservative women repulsive or it's a hate fuck situation. Okay, I'm going to be really honest. I think that it's a number of things, right? I think that one, liberal women are not as demanding and kind of shitty towards men. I think that conservative women have really insane expectations of men. I think liberal women are more self-sufficient. I think a lot of men have been sold this idea that they want a woman who is completely, who they want like a submissive traditional relationship, right? But what they don't understand is that with that comes an enormous amount of responsibility. Most people don't actually want to be responsible for another human being. Most guys included, especially in a society that is becoming very individualistic and very atomized and very alienated from each other, especially in a society where you can't really you kind of need dual income, actually. You kind of need it. Everything is really fucking expensive. The cost of living is tough. And I think that a lot of men were not taught, right? A lot of things have changed, right? Gender relations and roles have been changing. I don't think a lot of guys were taught and prepped for what it's gonna take to be a traditional man. The actual degree of work and responsibility that comes with that. And so I think a lot of conservative men don't actually really want that. They want the power trip. They want the power trip. They want the dominance. But they don't want to do all the fucking work. They don't want to have to scrounge up what it actually fucking costs. They don't want to have to be a good stand-up man who is held to insane standards. And a lot of these conservative women are holding them to these insane standards. I also think a lot of liberal women are nicer and kinder and softer and more understanding. I don't think a lot of conservative women want conservative men to be human beings with failings and feelings. And I think a lot of liberal women, if you're having a bad fucking day, instead of going like toughen up, they're gonna go, okay, I'm really, I'm sorry, like that's really shitty. They're gonna empathize. Are some conservative women gonna be soft and empathetic? Yeah, for sure. But do you think a lot of conservative women who hold deeply conservative views, who want a man to be a full-on fucking provider and really traditional role guy, do you think they want to hear their man complain? You think they want to hear his feelings? You think they have the tool set, even if they wanted to, you think that they have the tool set to be empathetic to something like that? You think anyone ever taught them how? Come on now. You think that they're going to let that man cry ever in front of them? Come on now. Be serious. I think liberal women are considered taboo. Liberal women are looser. They think they'll let them have sex quicker. I think that liberal women are maybe more fun. Maybe more willing to go out to a bar and have some fucking fun. I think there's a lot of reasons why conservative men prefer liberal women. I also think that some men are really fucking sick in the head and they get off on breaking and manipulating liberal women. And I don't think that because I'm a bitter feminist. I think that because men go online and say it and talk about it and have long group threads about it. They get off on it because they view the world, they view their own masculinity through the lens of hierarchy and control. And that is the only way they know how to relate to women, which causes them to be monsters who want to break and change women. Because, make no mistake, if that's what you do and that's how you view things, you are a monster. Not like you kind of suck. You are a horrible person. Maybe not irredeemable, but maybe irredeemable, actually. Genuinely a broken person. So, I think there's a lot of reasons. All of them bad. All of them very bad, actually. So what is to be done? Do you guys know that I'm actually the Lenin of feminists? What is to be done? I'm gonna write a book about it. No one's gonna like what I write. No one's gonna like my solutions. Not even me. What is to be done? Liquidate the manosphere as a class. Re-education camps for incels. Concentration camps for manosphere influencers. Just kidding. Just kidding. We shouldn't waste our resources on that. Feminism camp. Yes, the men question. Mandatory chastity cages. What is that tweet? It's all men should be born in prison and have to earn their way out. That's fucked up. That's genuinely very fucked up. But it's also funny. It's also funny when you get online and like tens of thousands of men are like frothing at the mouth to be like horrible and evil to you, and then you see the tweet that's like, men should be born in prison and earn their way out. You're like, I didn't tweet it. I didn't tweet it. I didn't say it, okay? Oof. I don't know. What is to be done about the men question? I really think, like, genuinely, I have the cheekbones for it. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you. Yeah, are you guys MQ? Are you MQ posting in my chat right now? I think there's a real solution. A tweet that was like introducing a game show for men who say not all men called Not All Snakes. The men are thrown into a snake pit. Not all of the snakes are venomous. So true. I do think there's a real solution here, right? I think there's like a reasonable real solution here. And I think what that is that there have to be consequences. Is it forced feminization? Shut up. Ooh, is it chastity cages? Ooh, don't make me wear a chastity cage. Ooh. Ooh. No, I think that it's the same. Okay. Oh! Scary Spikes! Thank you. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Yay! Wow, we hit our goal today. Yay. 21. Ooh, we went over our goal. Woo! That's awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. I think that, and this is something that we've talked about before, right? Is that misogyny is the cornerstone of fascism. Like, even a lot of weird racist beliefs and racist stuff comes back to, like, weird misogyny and weird sexual insecurity. Think about it, right? A lot of, like, the Great Replacement theory. Come on. The Great Replacement theory is that the idea, some of you will know this, a lot of you will know this, that black and brown people are being brought into the new world, into the Western world by Jewish people, so that they can outbreed white people, and so that they can have sex with white women, and then have mixed kids to do white genocide. It's a bunch of white men scared that white women might have sex with brown men. All the Muslim rape gang stuff. It's all about scary brown men. All the white genocide, not even Great Replacement, but just like regular white genocide talk. It's because they're scared that women are having sex with black men. Look at any comment section on anything I post. Anything I post. You will see so many dudes in there speculating, getting worked up, being furious at the idea that maybe I'm having sex with men who aren't white. doesn't matter what we're talking about. They're constantly talking about porn. They're constantly talking about the Jews making porn. Like, come on. It's sexual insecurity, right? Hey, thank you, Tyrannex. Look at that. Oh, I'm being called out. You called me out earlier because you said I hated women, but when you talk about men it is negative, and you even mentioned how it makes you feel good when you see tweets attacking men, the prison comment. No, tell the truth. What really happened? Tell the truth. Did I say that that I feel good when tweets attack men? Or did I say that when you get online and you see tens of thousands of men being evil and hateful to women all day, every day, for years and years and years and years, and they spend all their time attacking me and being evil to me all day, every day, for years and years and years and years, sometimes that it is funny when I saw one tweet that is like floating the idea, joking about the idea that men should have consequences. What happened? Tell the truth. Okay? And even then, I'm able to understand that in real life, that would be very bad, right? That's not a good thing. So when then I then go on to say, hey, there are real solutions to this, right? So what do I really believe? Do I really believe that men should be born in prison? Do I really think that that's good and I like that? Or am I giggling a little at a joke about my oppressor? Okay? Because you are not being oppressed by women. Women are not oppressing men. Men are actually oppressing women. That is really happening. That's real. You don't go online and have your online experience and your real life experience, by the way, because I get harassed every time I go out. I get bothered every time I go out. During the day, at night, if I'm at the grocery store, if I'm at the club, doesn't matter where I go. I get bothered every single day. I get followed. I've had men make me uncomfortable constantly and consistently throughout my entire adult life. I was catcalled as a child, right? When I was a teenager. You have not had that experience with women. Okay? So these things are different. I am allowed to laugh at a joke about my oppressor and my predators being away from me. So tell the truth about what actually happened. Be honest. Especially after I literally just got done talking about how conservative women are shitty for not allowing men emotional space to be full and complete human beings. Literally just got done talking about men's mental health and their well-being. What are you doing? Get it together. I want you to laugh. I just want you to understand when men do the same. It's not okay for men to do the same because they don't have the same circumstances. You don't have the same circumstances. Women are not a danger to you all day, every day, constantly. Women don't make your life fucking miserable. They don't make the internet unusable for you. They don't organize to hurt and harm and dox and stalk and harass you. It's not the same. So you don't get to behave the same because you don't get treated the same. You are the predators. In a situation where a man is a victim, can he blow off steam, laugh and joke about stuff like that? Sure. Can men talk about their victimization? Can men talk about women doing bad things to them? Yeah, sure. But you're not going to sit here and pretend like men are systemically hurt the way women are. You're not going to sit here and pretend that in the vast majority of cases, women are the predators and men are the prey. Because that's not the truth. The truth is that men are predators and women are prey. It's not comparable. So you don't get to behave the same because you don't live the same reality. You don't have the same experiences. Different things are different. Ooh, what are you doing? Is that a baby? Do we have a baby? Ooh. Yeah, so it's patriarchy that forces these roles, by the way. So if you don't want to be lumped in with predators, help us dismantle patriarchy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we ask the question of what is to be done. Well, this comes down to the same answer of what is to be done about the rising fascist movement, right? Because these two things are connected. You cannot extract the era of misogyny from the era of fascism. They are inextricably linked. Because, as we were talking about, misogyny is the cornerstone of fascism. Fascism is dependent on misogyny, and it cannot thrive in a society that is not deeply misogynistic. So, when we look at and we ask the question of how did we get here, in terms of people voting for a fascist, in terms of people going on to the Jubilee show with Mehdi Hassan and saying, I want autocracy, I don't believe in democracy, and it should be dismantled, and getting a fucking round of applause and going on and saying to Mehdi Hassan's face, oh, I'm a fascist, yes I am, right? So how did we get here? Well, the answer to that is, it's complicated, right? But there's been a series of, telling him you're the first to go to his face is fucking crazy. How we got here is complicated. And how do we get out of it? What is to be done about it? Also complicated. But there are some things, and I don't think anybody has all the answers, right? I think anyone who sits there and tells you they know everything and they have all the answers, I don't know that I would listen to that person. Now, are there some people who are going to know a lot about it and who are going to have pretty close to a lot of the answers, who are like experts in fascism, who are experts in this sort of thing? Yeah, absolutely. And you should listen to those people. There's a lot of really good books written about this. But even if you are not an expert, there are some things that we can look at and that we know, right? So the absolute catastrophic, atmospheric rise in misinformation and disinformation networks is part of it, right? So like this started with Russians. Russians did do election interference. And a lot of lefties, for a long time, a lot of lefties were really weird about Russiagate stuff, which is crazy because, like, people went to prison. They got convicted. They went to prison. Like, that was real. Russia did election interference. We know they did. By doing weird, like, social media psyops and hate campaigns, and interfering with our social media networks, right? So we know that there are troll farms, right? We know that there are coordinated efforts to introduce chaos and misinformation and disinformation into our discourse by foreign nations, right? We know Russia did this. It's not up for debate anymore. It's not up for question. It's been proven. Trump literally asked Russia to interfere. Yeah. We saw it happen, right? People came out and talked about it. What is it? Didn't TPUSA... Didn't they get busted for running some of these troll farms? Get the fuck out of my face. Absolutely not. No way. Oh no, and it's because I'm on a different... No! Hold on. I'm on a different Google profile than my regular one. So I don't have the bookmark that takes us to the archive. So we can skip past this. But you know what I can do? I can do it over here, and then I'll bring it back. America is not a real country. It's 5 corporations in a trench coat. America is not a real country. It's 3 griffs in a trench coat. Absolutely. Okay. Get the fuck out of my face. Goodbye. Yeah, so pro-Trump youth group enlists teens in secretive campaign likened to a troll farm, prompting rebuke by Facebook and Twitter. One tweet claimed coronavirus numbers were intentionally inflated, adding it's hard to know what to believe. Another warned, don't trust Dr. Fauci. A Facebook comment argued that mail-in ballots will lead to fraud for this election, while an Instagram comment amplified the erroneous claim. Are we back? Can you hear me? What's the last thing you heard? Leftist audio. That's how you know that I'm a real leftist. I'm a real fucking proletariat member. That's how you fucking know. Because I have leftist audio. And my stream has 10 fuck-ups every time. Oh. Okay, you guys didn't hear anything? Okay. So, basically they're saying all of these conservative talking points, right? These fake conservative talking points, erroneous claims, amplified the erroneous claim that 28 million ballots went missing in the past 4 elections. The messages came from Arizona, standing up for President Trump in a battleground state and echoing talking points from his re-election campaign. Far from representing a genuine social media groundswell, however, the posts are the product of a sprawling yet secretive campaign that experts say evades the guardrails put in place by social media companies to limit online disinformation of the sort used by Russia during the 2016 campaign. So something else that we saw, do you remember how, like, last year, Facebook, Instagram, like, so Meta owns Instagram and Facebook and all that now, right? And like Threads and stuff. And Twitter, they all came together and said, we're gonna like adjust fact checking. We're not gonna do all this fact checking on crazy conservative claims anymore. So that's what they're talking about here. They actually took the fucking guardrails off. Teenagers, some of them minors, are being paid to pump out the messages at the direction of Turning Point Action, an affiliate of Turning Point USA, the prominent conservative youth organization based in Phoenix, according to 4 people with independent knowledge of the effort. Their descriptions were confirmed by detailed notes from relatives of one of the teenagers who recorded conversations with him about the efforts. The campaign draws on the spam-like behavior of bots and trolls, with the same or similar language posted repeatedly across social media, but it is carried out, at least in part, by humans paid to use their accounts, though nowhere disclosing their relationship with Turning Point Action or the digital firm brought in to oversee the day-to-day activity. One user included a link to Turning Point USA's website in his Twitter profile until the Washington Post began asking questions about the activity. The months-long... Oh, woo! Look at this! The effort generated thousands of posts this summer on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, according to an examination by the Post and an assessment by an independent specialist in data science. Nearly 4,500 tweets containing identical content that were identified in the analysis probably represent a fraction of the overall output. The months-long effort by the tax-exempt nonprofit is among the most ambitious domestic influence campaigns uncovered this election cycle, said experts tracking the evolution of deceptive online tactics. In 2016, there were Macedonian teenagers interfering in the election by running a troll farm and writing salacious articles for money, said Graham Brookie, director of the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab. In this election, the troll farm is in Phoenix. So this was written, I assume, 2020. So this has been going on for a long time. A very long time. So we know that there are coordinated efforts to lie and to misinform people, right? To manipulate the public. There has to be some sort of, when we ask what are we going to do about this? This is the kind of shit that we need to find a solution for. This is the kind of shit that can't fly. The people who did this need to face consequences. People need to go to prison. How are we going to fix this? Charlie Kirk needs to go to prison. The people who run Turning Point USA need to go to prison for a long time. A long time. If you purposefully work to sow chaos and lie to people and undermine democracy, you need to go to jail. You don't get to be part of society anymore. You get to go. I'm going to take all the immigrants in CCOT and I'm going to trade you for them. You need to go to CCOT. We need a Nuremberg 2 electric boogaloo. We need to have Nuremberg-style trials for these people. I'm so serious. I'm so fucking serious. So, the exact same thing needs to happen to misogyny influencers. Why is it funny when you see a tweet that says men should be born in jail and earn their way out? One, because it's fucking ridiculous. And two, because misogyny influencers, they need to go to fucking jail and never earn their way out. Andrew Tate needs to be in prison. There need to be Nuremberg-style trials for these people. What executive branch is going to enforce a trial like that? No. I'm talking about what should happen, not what will happen. I'm making prescriptive statements, not descriptive ones. We're not going to, our current government is not going to deal with this in any real way. The Democrats who have power, they're not going to deal with this in any real way. Like, I need you guys to be aware of that. If you're a lib who watches me, I need you to understand that the Democratic Party has abandoned you. They are sitting around, they know about this. If you think Democratic leadership doesn't know about this, you think your average Dem congressperson, your average Dem House member, senator doesn't know about this, they do. They know. It's going to get worse. Democrats are not going to do shit. When this shit is over, the people who are responsible, what is his name? Russell Vogt, I think it is. Is it? Yeah. This is Russell Vogt. That's how you pronounce that. It's Vogt. He is the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Now, why is that important? That's important because this motherfucker wrote Project 2025. So, his whole thing is that he wants to destroy and dismantle our government and democracy. So they put him in charge of the Office of Management and Budget, which is fucking horrifying for who he is and what he believes. Democrats have allowed this to happen. When this shit is over, is this man going to go to prison for the rest of his life? No. Is Trump going to go to prison? Are his kids going to go to prison? Are the people who wrote Project 2025 going to go to prison? Are the influencers like Matt Walsh and Mike Cernovic and Jack Posobiec and all those people, Charlie Kirk, are they going to go to prison? No, of course not. Yeah, check this out. Key architect and author. Here. Key Project 2025 figure set to continue Trump cuts after Musk exit. He was a big proponent of the Big Beautiful Bill, making sure that that passed. Because it does what they want and what they said they wanted in Project 2025. They want to destroy our government. They want to strip our society of anything that might help people like you and I, people who are much more vulnerable than us too. They want to strip away anything that might help people. They want to enforce Christian nationalism, and they want to make this like an anarcho-capitalist hellhole that serves billionaires. Musk exit? The Megxit? No! The Megxit? Oh, I love that. It's disgusting. I love it. Vought's years-long conquest to dismantle the federal workforce and consolidate power for the president is coming to fruition, and he may be given a major boost when he reportedly takes on Elon Musk's cost-cutting efforts as the billionaire bows out of the federal government. Isn't Vought the name of the company, The Boys? Yes, but it's Vought in that, and his name is Vote. His name is pronounced Vote.
Russell Vought.
I've always heard it pronounced vote by, maybe we'll ask. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think this committee wants to discuss who is and who isn't willing to be able to come for hearings. When last year, for the first time in 20 years, the Biden administration refused to come for the global threats hearing. So the request was made month after month after month to the Biden administration for Mayorkas and Christopher Wray to be able to come and give a public accounting for it, and they stiff-armed this committee for months and refused to come. So I understand what happened during the impeachment time, that was a very unique response from the...
Called that out very aggressively.
Oh, you did?
I that was wrong. Legislature, all right? The ambition to pick records, I'm going to ask with you.
Yep, totally agree. So let me do a blitzkrieg through some different topics here. GAO does a high-risk list. Do you all evaluate that? Do you go through that? Is that meaningful to you? Because what I asked GAO to do years ago was to take their high risk on that. Is that important? The law requires GAO has looked at subprimes that they will be really fish. No. Talk about buy American for...
regard to that.
Thank you. Get fixed.
I will definitely take a look at that and start to inquire about what's going on with regard to that.
Thank you. Retrospective review is a big deal. You and I have talked about that. Get fixed. Product, American, no. Doing a role here, and the law not be a chosen list on that.
Ask for records, I'm going to ask with you.
Yep, totally agree. So let me do blitzkrieg through some different topics here. GAO does a high-risk list. Do you all evaluate that? Do you go through that? Is that meaningful to you? Because what I asked GAO to do years ago was to take their high-risk list and to split it. Executive branch can do this on their own. Legislative branch have got to be able to act on this. They do that now and split it, so we each get our to-do list on that. Is that important to you as you go through it?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, that's helpful because we're both going to have quite a list on this. I have a question on E-Verify. This should not be a challenge, but it has been a challenge and has been over multiple administrations. The law requires E-Verify be used for federal contracting and for primes, subprimes, and all that. But GAO has looked at this year after year and has determined no one's really checking it. So no one's asking the next question, are they really using E-Verify? Sometimes they do on the primes. But then all the subprimes that they use, no one's really asking. There is, without question, we have under federal taxpayer dollars contracts being used right now where the folks that are doing it are not legally present in the United States. I think most people would be really shocked by that. We also have asked the question on OTAs, on those other transactional agreements, are we checking E-Verify for that? And the answer we got was kind of a sheepish no. We kind of treat those differently. So if an OTA is used, no one is asking on E-Verify on it to be able to verify folks with American taxpayer dollars are actually Americans. So while we talk about buy American for products, we're not always hiring American, even in the United States on that. How does that get fixed?
I will definitely take a look at that and start to inquire about what's going on with regard to that.
Thank you. Retrospective review is a big deal. You and I have talked about before. We're back in nerdy territory to be able to go back and say, if a regulation was made years ago and it's been left alone, we should go back and take a look at it years later and say, did it work? Is it costing more? Is it there? I bring this up because during the time of COVID, President Trump put out a statement to say, for all those regulations that are out there, we understand everything's weird right now across the country. We got to figure out how to still be able to process and do work, and we got to figure out the regulations. Somehow, as a country, we survived with relaxed regulations on it. I think there's a need to be able to go back and do a regulatory review and to say what regulations were relaxed at that time that we later learned, the country still works with that. Is that a need to be able to go back and do a regulatory review, not only during that time period, but for all regulations?
Yes, very much, Senator. In fact, the president's given us a new goal. He originally had a 2-for-1 goal in the first term. He's now given us a 10-for-1 goal. We believe that we can hit that, but it's going to require looking at everything that doesn't make sense within government and reassessing and trying to get better outcomes as a result.
I can't even begin to tell you how many Oklahomans would tell me, I just want the government.
He said, lots of Senator Jabroni, not enough Merrick. I know, I'm making you watch something that's boring, but I think what you need to understand is they're talking about regulatory review. And this is important because this is the guy who's in charge of management and budget, who wrote Project 2025, who wants to dismantle everything. So he's asking him, hey, do we want to go back and basically do full deregulation? Because he's saying, should we look at all regulations that have been put in place? And this guy, Russell Vogt, is saying yes. And these people don't like regulation. So we're talking about deregulation, the likes of which we haven't seen in fucking forever. Like, as long as you've been paying attention to politics, you have not seen deregulation on the scale that these people want to implement. So this is important.
To make sense. Just do it in a way that's logical. Don't try to do it based on somebody in Michigan one time did something, and so now the whole country has to do something different or produce a lot of paperwork. They just want it to be able to make sense on it. So that's very helpful to be able to get. Okay, one final question on this. Sitting in this hearing for the last hour or so, I've heard your name pronounced 3 different ways.
Oh, here we go. This was the part that we were watching this video for, but also this is, I know that this is dry and it's not sexy, but like, this is important because the people who are doing all the evil shit, who are really impacting your life, who are making everything around us fall apart, it's not people like Trump is entertaining, right? But the real villains, the real people that you need to be paying attention to, it's these guys, these dry motherfuckers.
Can you clarify for this committee and the American people, how do you pronounce your last name?
I appreciate that question very much, Senator. It is, believe me, I've heard all of them growing up. It is Russell Vogt.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So we'll put you on record as an official vote. Got it.
Yeah, but like, that's horrifying. So that was that man who wants to dismantle everything, saying that a part of their project and what they're going to do going for, this was 6 months ago, by the way. So this is what he's currently doing right now, is he's going back and he's looking at all of the regulations put in place. I think they're talking about taxes.
It again, obviously.
Consistent in that.
Just follow on with
The Biden administration refused to come for the global threat.
are the records. I'm going to ask
This on their own. The legislative branch have got to be able to act on quite a list on this. Has looked at this year after year and has determined no one's really.
So I don't really fully understand everything that's being talked about here, and I'm not going to pretend like I do. But I do know that they're talking about subprime mortgages, subprime loans, and taxation. So they're talking about dismantling regulations on those things, right? So that's what we're seeing with like tax loopholes being created, more tax loopholes being created for rich people, a lot of the rules for taxation being taken away for ultra rich people, the changes that we saw in like the big beautiful bill, also with the subprime loans. That's really fucking horrifying, because I don't know, some of you are young. Some of you in this chat are really young. So you don't remember 2008. I remember 2008. I was 14. I was 14 in 2008. And now that was the subprime mortgage crisis, where our economy, where we took a huge fucking hit. And we went into a really bad recession. So that was caused This is this is really complicated, and there's a lot that goes into it. But basically, a lot of people... Okay. Hold on. Okay. I wish I could draw it or something. I need to get, like, a whiteboard. You were 3? Good Lord. Okay. So, what happened... I'll be heading out. Have a nice evening. Thank you. I literally purchased a house in late 2007 with a subprime mortgage. Oh my God, I'm so fucking sorry. So here's what happened in 2008. In 2008, a bunch of banks, a bunch of financial institutions sold a bunch of subprime mortgages with adjustable interest rates to people who really had no business, and this is not every person, but to people, sometimes to people who had no business getting those loans. Some cases were people who, like, they just shouldn't have been given them. They had really bad credit. You should have known that they were going to default on them. And some of them were loans that were absolute fucking dog shit given to people who, if they had gotten a normal loan, would have stayed on top of it. However, what happened with these dog shit loans was there was something in the contracts, there was something in the loan where basically you could get an interest rate, and I want to know what they ended up capping out at. Your interest rate would be adjustable. So what does that mean? That means it can change, right? Okay. Let's see. Subprime mortgage adjustable loan. I want to see what they ended up hitting. Yeah. So these rates would become adjustable, and they would change them not once, but they would repeatedly go in and change the rate. So it can go up and up and up and up and up. And what happens is you end up paying only the interest on the loan, and you never, ever, ever touch the principal of the loan. Is everyone following with me so far? Anyone who was young, are we all following? So you can make payments forever, and they never go to the loan. They only ever go to the interest rate, and the interest rate is continuing to rise over time. So there were a lot of people who, if they were given a normal loan, so let's see, what would be a normal fucking interest rate? Loan rate examples. Oh, wow, this is fucking horrifying. So when I told you that they could be adjustable for a period of time, check this the fuck out. Common example is 2 to 28. So your interest rate would be fixed for 2 years, and it would be adjustable for 28 years. They could change your interest rate for 28 years. So when you think of a mortgage, most mortgages, you're going to expect to pay it off. Like the average is you pay it off over 30 years. So you get 2 years where you have whatever interest rate you thought you were going to pay, and then for the rest of your fucking time with the loan, they can do whatever the fuck they want to that interest rate. And I promise you that it never goes down. So I want to know, like, wow. Yeah. So, okay. This is what I was interested in. So this is from 2022. because I can't remember what the interest rate on our mortgage was. So when I was married, I'm still married, so I guess technically it's still my house, but I just, we've been separated for so long, I haven't worried about mortgage payments in like 4 or 5 years now. 4 years now. But so I can't remember what our interest rate on our mortgage was, but like it's low. And this is dependent on your credit score, right? Like the interest rate that you're going to get is dependent on your credit score a lot of the time. So what are they putting in here? From early 2020 through early 2022, adjustable rate loans, oh no, that's fine. That's what percentage of loans. Okay, with average 30-year fixed rates historically low over the past 3 years, between 2.5% and 3.5%, the difference between those rates and adjustable rates was practically nil. Adjustable rate applications were low because borrowers didn't think it was worth the risk of potentially higher rates later for the benefit of shaving 1/10 of a percentage point off during the fixed term. Yeah, so this is kind of like, the way it used to be was like you would get a really low, they would say, okay, it's going to be fixed, but the interest rate's going to be 3.5%, right? Or you can get an adjustable rate, and for the first few years, your interest rate will be lower than if you had a fixed rate. And most people obviously are going to be like, no, right? Because you know that it's going to be way higher later, and that doesn't make sense. That doesn't work for most people. Most people understand that in the long term, that plays out poorly for you, right? It costs you more. Now, this is where the deceit comes into play. Okay, so I just want to see. Look at this. There are other safeguards such as lifetime adjustment caps, which are usually 5%, and yearly increases, which are capped differently depending on the length of the fixed period. So these rates could rise. These rates could get really high. And when we were in the subprime mortgage crisis, these rates did get really fucking high. I can't find right now like what they capped out at, and I think it would take a lot of me reading through a bunch of stuff that we don't have time for right now. Okay? So just trust me when I say the way that the adjustable rates increased, it was significantly higher than what people with fixed interest rates were paying. Okay? So you would get a house, and for the first 2-3 years, cool, it's good, you can handle it. Now, year 3, year 4 rolls around, they start jacking up the fucking interest rates. What was happening was people were like, oh no, I can't afford this. And people were having to have their houses foreclosed upon left and right. I mean, we're talking about foreclosure rates that have not been seen before or since, have not been seen since, definitely, but like hadn't been seen before. What was it? It was like the Great Depression or something. Am I right? I might be misremembering that, but subprime mortgage foreclosure rates. It was so bad. So many people lost their houses. So many people lost their jobs, actually, in the recession afterwards. Yeah, okay. Foreclosure rates on subprime mortgages are generally higher than those on prime mortgages and historically spiked during the 2008 financial crisis. Yes, pre-crisis trends. Before the crisis, subprime lending grew rapidly. We hadn't seen it for a really long time. Ooh, here we go. Here's a graph. Do you guys want to look at a graph? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, total foreclosures and short sales in the thousands. So this over here on this part of the graph, this is 2004. This is the total foreclosures and short sales in the thousands. This is at like 4. This is at like 3 or 4. This, we're talking about, this is 80,000. This is spiking almost at 100,000, right? Like, it's a lot. And this has got to be like 100,000 out of some other fucking unit, right? So it's not just like, oh, it was just 100,000 people. It was so many fucking people. Like, I really should read about this, because I want to make sure I have the numbers correctly. But you get the idea, right? Like, you get what I'm saying. There was a massive, line go up, not good, okay? There was a massive spike in people losing their homes and getting their houses foreclosed upon because they didn't know that their adjustable rate would increase the way that it would. They didn't know what they were getting into. And okay, how this happened is a lot of those homes got bought up on the cheap by speculators. Yeah, they did. How this happened behind the scenes is even more complicated. So the question becomes like, okay, how did this happen from the banks, right? Because if you sell a fuck ton of people subprime mortgages that you know they're going to default on, you know you're going to cause a crisis, right? So like, obviously, when we're sitting here going, okay, this was wildly irresponsible of the financial institutions, whole banks collapsed. Can you not do that? There are some banks that didn't actually get bailed out. We bailed out a lot of the banks, but there are some banks that didn't get bailed out. Hold on. Yeah, so Bear Stearns, Washington Mutual, Lehman Brothers, they totally collapsed or were like acquired by other financial institutions. Lehman Brothers filed for the largest bankruptcy in U.S. history. Washington Mutual was seized by the FDIC in the largest bank failure in U.S. history. Bear Stearns faced a liquidity crisis. Oh, yeah, and then JP Morgan Chase came in and bought up Bear Stearns. So some of these banks straight up did not make it, right? So then the question becomes like, why did they do this then if it was going to lead to their own banks collapsing, right? Like, what was happening behind the scenes? What was going on? Because not only are there financial institutions that, Bear Stearns was a huge bank before, just so you guys can understand. Somebody said the movie The Big Short does a really good job outlining all this. Yes, they do. There's also another movie that I watched. Let's see. That has to do with Iceland, actually. Iceland financial crisis. I can't remember what it's called now. Yeah, so there was an Icelandic financial crisis as well. God, I wish I could remember what that fucking movie was called now. It's called Margin Call? That's what the movie's called? No. Yeah, it's called Margin Call, isn't it? No, because it was a documentary. No, I remember I watched this in school. It was a documentary. It wasn't like a Hollywood movie, I don't think. It wasn't like a dramatization or anything like that. Can I help you? Okay. So the way this works is that I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this. Just for full disclosure, I have never been to college. I have never taken an econ course. Like, I don't think that I did all of high school econ, okay? So do not rely on me for your information about this, okay? Also, if I am not, like, streamlined about this, I have not thought about this in many, many years, and I'm just telling it off the dome with the limited information I have, okay? This is financial advice. I am a fiduciary. Yes, perfect. Don't read about any of this at all. Only trust me. Perfect, great. Sam Cedar knows a lot about this stuff. Sam Cedar's great. But anyway, so there's these financial institutions that give out the loans. There are also institutions that rate the loans. They give them ratings, right? So, like, you can have like a AAA rating on a loan, you can have a AA rating on a loan, you can have ratings on loans. So they would give credit ratings to these loans, right? And there's whole institutions. Who the fuck is Sam Cedar? Oh, I hope you're serious. Oh, I really, really hope you're serious, because now you get to go be introduced to Sam Cedar. Google Sam Cedar. Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Ooh, that's so exciting. Ooh, he's great. He's great. He's a treasure trove of information. He's really, really cool. And he's been on air for like 900 years. Okay. So there were these financial institutions that would give out the loans, and then there are these institutions that would, oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, that would rate these loans. And so what happened was these guys, these bankers, they would give out these loans that they knew were dog shit. They knew they were bad. They knew people were going to default on them. So what they did was they would bundle all of the loans together into something called I believe it was it's a CDO. So it's a collateralized debt. Is it collateralized debt obligation? Okay. So what they would do, collateralized loan obligation. That's a CLO. No, it's a collateralized debt obligation. Yeah. So think about it this way. A collateralized debt obligation is a complex financial product that pools together various types of debt instruments like mortgages, bonds, and loans. These assets are then repackaged and divided into different tranches or layers, each representing a distinct level of risk and return. CDOs are typically sold to institutional investors seeking exposure to a diverse pool of debt with varying risk appetites. So think about it this way, right? They would take these subprime mortgages and they would put them all together. The guys who worked at the banks, they would put all of them together. They would bundle them up. And then they would lie about them. And they would get their buddies over at the institutions that did financial assessments and gave ratings, and they would get them to lie. So they would know this was bullshit, it was junk, it was full of all these mortgages that they were going to jack the rates up on, and they knew all these people were going to lose their houses, and they would get the guys at the financial institutions that did all the ratings to say that it was a AAA product, that the CDO was represented of all of these wonderful loans, and that the CDO, the whole package of loans, was rated AAA, and it was so safe. And then they would go and they would get other financial institutions to basically like bet on them and like invest. Like people in the stock market were betting and investing in them. These were part of like I think that these are part of like people's 401ks. Okay, so this is the part where I don't really know a lot. This is the part where I don't really know anything. Like, how do I explain this? You can have, like, you can go to an investor, you can go to a banker, right? And you can say, here's a lot of my money, here's $20,000, invest it in the stock market. And there's different kinds of, like, portfolios that they'll create. Please do not take all of this information from me, okay? And like normally what'll happen is that the banker that you go to, the investment banker you go to, will take a bunch of different kinds of they'll take a bunch of different, they'll invest your money in a bunch of different stuff, okay? A bunch of different stuff in the stock market. So often that's a bunch of different companies. Now, these guys were getting these guys, these investment bankers on the other side, not the guys who were bundling the loans, not the guys who were rating the loans, but the other bankers who were then taking people's money. And so it's often not like, here's $20,000. It's usually, here's my retirement account, here's my savings account, here's my 401k, please invest it like across a broad range of different stocks in the United States stock market, and then watch it grow, okay? So that's what happens. So these other bankers were taking people's life savings, their fucking retirement accounts, and their 401ks, and they were investing them in these junk bullshit CDOs that had these wonderful credit ratings. So not only were people about to lose all their fucking houses, but everyone else's retirement and savings and 401ks were invested in these junk loans, these junk CDO products that were going to collapse at any minute. And a bunch of people... Oh, yeah, we'll talk about Glass-Steagall here in a second. So, these guys, it was called mortgage-backed securities. Oh, yeah, I think, hold on. Okay, a mortgage-backed security are financial instruments that bundle together numerous mortgage loans and sell them as investments. They are a key component of the housing market, impacting both lenders and borrowers alike. So, all these guys knew what they were doing. Well, I think probably a lot of the bankers didn't, but the guys who were giving out the loans and coordinating with the other people at the ratings institutions, they knew. There were so many emails that came out about these guys bullshitting and joking about this, how it was funny. They knew people were going to lose their homes. They thought it fucking hilarious. And because they knew that everything was going to go to shit, they betted against the market. It's called, they were shorting these stocks. So if you don't know what it means to short a stock, it's to bet on its going dramatically down in price. So shorting or selling a stock, also known as short or shorting, is a strategy employed by traders and investors who believe a company's share price is likely to decline. So these guys knew they had sold these junk CDOs that were ticking time bombs, and they knew a bunch of people were going to lose their houses, so they betted on everything to fail. And that's why they were lying, and that's why they weren't telling anyone anything, because they knew that they were all going to make a bunch of short-term gains and get really, really, really fucking rich. And they didn't care if they crashed the economy, and they didn't care if they crashed the housing market, and they didn't care if the banks went under, and they didn't care if they ruined people's fucking lives, and if people lost their houses, and they lost their savings accounts, and they lost their fucking jobs, which is exactly what happened. They knew this would happen. They were betting on it. Metaphorically and literally betting on it. And they made a fuck ton of money. And we decided, when the shit hit the fan and people started and the bubble crashed, the housing bubble crashed, and everyone started to lose their houses and this shit started to get real and there started to be real consequences, we decided that the banks were too big to fail. So instead of bailing out the American people, instead of bailing out the people who were lied to and deceived and sold these bullshit mortgages, we bailed out the banks. And these CEOs were given golden parachutes. Let's see. What if the bear? Who went to jail? I think one guy, and nobody went to fucking jail. Nobody went to jail. I think like one guy went to jail. So this is why were we talking about this? Why did we get over here? Because I was telling you, there are gonna be no fucking consequences. When this shit is over, there will be no consequences. Because there were no consequences then. And there will be no consequences now. Not from the Democratic Party. Not from the Democratic Party. Bernie Madoff actually did go to jail. Bernie Madoff was doing something different. He was doing I'm pretty sure he was doing a pyramid scheme. Was it a pyramid scheme? No. It was Ponzi scheme. Bernie Madoff was doing a Ponzi scheme, and he did go to jail. Yeah. So when this recession started, all of these companies came in and they bought up all the houses. They started buying up all the houses. So the stuff that we see right now, where like a lot of, yeah, those aren't the same thing. Bernie Madoff was something different. Yes. So okay. It was one guy, and I think you're saying he was out of Lehman Brothers. He was the one guy that went to jail. A lot of these CEOs got $100 million payouts, $250 million payouts for the banks that they crashed when they crashed the economy. Not one of those fuckers. Maybe one of those fuckers went to jail. And guess who bailed them out? Guess which president bailed them out? Guess who was president in 2008? It's hard work destroying the global economic market, but god damn it, somebody's gotta do it. Okay, let's see. Who went to jail over 2008 financial crisis? Yeah, guess who was president? George Hussein Obama. Thanks, Obama. In the United States, the most prominent individual jailed for actions related to the 2008 financial crisis was Kareem Sarageldin, a former managing director at Credit Suisse. He was sentenced to 30 months in prison for his role in concealing over $100 million in losses related to mortgage-backed securities. Over $100 million in losses from one bank. He went to jail for less than 3 years. He went to jail for 2.5 years. Oh, I'm sorry. He was sentenced to 2.5 years. Bet you he didn't serve that long. Here's a fun one. You asked, we answered, from marketplace.org. Why didn't any Wall Street CEOs go to jail after the financial crisis? It's complicated. Yeah, motherfucker, it's complicated, alright. I have an Enron hat and people think it's funny because that was legit child's play. Yeah, because fuck you, that's why. Because you're disposable, that's why. Yeah, I mean, Bush initiated it, but it's not like Obama stopped it. It's not like Obama prosecuted anyone. It's not like they actually went after anybody. I get it. You're technically correct. Bush started it, but, like, Obama played ball. I'm sorry. Democrats played ball. They did. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. My I destroyed the economy and got a golden parachute t-shirt has people asking a lot of questions already answered by my shirt. So true. Yeah, you know what? Let's find out. Let's find out if he served the entire sentence. I'm actually quite curious about that. God, it's complicated. Fuck you. Fuck you. genuinely fucking... it's so fucking... Okay, what did he serve? What did he serve? I don't know. Maybe he did serve the whole... Maybe he did serve the whole thing. He served at the Moshannon Valley Correctional Center and was released in March of 2016. So he was sentenced in 2013, but it doesn't say when he... It doesn't say when he actually went in. He said he committed the crime to preserve my reputation in the bank at a time when there was great financial turmoil. Some people should receive more than prison. I usually answer my work questions that I don't want to answer with, it's complicated. Obama decided not to prosecute. Yep, he absolutely had the clout to restructure towards bailing people out of their mortgages, and it was suggested to him to do so. Oh yeah. And then guess what? They just fucking didn't. And then they fucking didn't. So, Glass-Steagall. That's right. We wanted to talk about Glass-Steagall. So, Glass-Steagall Act, formerly known as the Banking Act of 1933, was a landmark piece of legislation in the United States designed to regulate the banking industry. Was it Clinton that overturned it? Yeah. That fucker. That slimy pedophile fucker. So, out of the, we got Glass-Steagall coming out of the Great Depression, right? So we got a lot of really, really fantastic, really necessary legislation as a result of the Great Depression. Glass-Steagall is one of the acts that came in the wake of that, right? So, the Glass-Steagall Act primarily aimed to prevent conflicts of interest and excessive risk-taking by commercial banks. So, because we got here because we were talking about, wow, we've been streaming so long we lost the light. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I have... I do not. I do not have another light. I don't have another light source over here either. That's a bummer. Okay, I'm gonna be in shadow for a little bit. It's about time for me to... I'm gonna wrap this stream up here in the next, 30 or so anyway. So, we started talking about this because I was showing you Russell Vogt and how he's just super fucking wet for deregulation, right? So, deregulation is how we got the 2008 financial crisis. So Glass-Steagall, if that were in effect, if that had not been repealed by Clinton, that shit would not have been happening. That's also where we got the FDIC from. The act was influenced by the findings of the Pecora Commission, which investigated the causes of the 1929 stock market crash and the role of the banks. While Glass-Steagall remained largely intact until the 80s, its provisions were gradually weakened through regulatory interpretations and legislative amendments. The most significant repeal came with the Graham-Leach-Billy Act. Bliley? I don't know how you say that. Act of 1999, which allowed for the consolidation of commercial banks, investment banks, securities firms, and insurance companies. We used to be a proper country. Unironically, look what they took from you. We used to be a proper country. So unironically. President Bill Clinton's signing statement for the GLBA summarized the established argument for repealing Glass-Steagall Sections 20 and 32, and stating that this change and the GLBA's amendments to the Bank Holding Company Act would enhance the stability of our financial services system. I hate these fucking people. I hate these fucking people so goddamn bad. I fucking hate these people. Ooh. Okay, it's a little bit better when we have the white on the screen. I'm going to bed. Good night. Would enhance the stability of our financial services system by permitting financial firms to diversify their product offerings and thus their sources of revenue, and make financial firms better equipped to compete in global financial markets. Yeah, you're right, this is like villain. This is dark woke villain lighting. It's so true. Do I look ominous? Do I look nefarious? I'm saying, I hate these people. I hate these people. I'm so scary. Yeah, neoliberalist forever. So true. So when we say that we hate neoliberals, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're fucking talking about. But you don't understand the profits. Yeah, love to diversify my portfolio. Surely nothing bad will come of this. This is why deregulation is bad. This is why neoliberal austerity is bad. This is why Russell vote is bad. This is why a lot of people need to go to fucking prison. This is why. Rich assholes were so butthurt about the high taxes and expanding social net from the New Deal that they developed a multi-decades-long project to destroy the entire country just to dismantle it. It's a very succinct way to put that, actually. Yeah, you are right on the fucking money. Yeah. New Deal, so scary and so traumatic for rich people that they decided to just fucking destroy everything instead of not be horrific, greedy, vulture billionaires. They would rather destroy everything. That's why I say these people see everything as a zero-sum game. This is why we can't have billionaires. Because they do evil, nefarious shit like this. This is why we need to put a lot of people in prison. This is why we need regulation. This is why we need guardrails. Because I know some of you watched your parents cry. I know some of you watched your family lose everything. I know some of you, like someone who's in my chat earlier, said he lost his house and $50,000, which, by the way, I'm so fucking sorry. I didn't respond to that at the time because that deserves an actual fucking response, and because that's really heavy, and because we were in the middle of, like, doing explanations, but, like, that's fucking awful. People killed themselves over this shit. People lost their houses, their livelihoods, their savings, their retirements. Families broke up. Like, people's whole lives were ruined and derailed. If you guys know Medlock on Twitter, he posted something one time that talked about how massive financial setbacks for people. There's this idea that you'll go through a massive financial setback and then you'll just like get back to where you were before. But he posted something, it was like a study or a series of studies or something that showed that like most people don't get back to where they were before. Like a lot, like when people have massive financial setbacks, usually then that's just how the rest of their life goes. I wish I could find that. I need to look for that. Yeah, James, that's right, Medlock. The worst part about it is that a lot of MAGA types literally look back to the 60s, literally peak new era deal, when asked when was America great. Yeah, no, when was America great? When you had strong social safety nets and people were in unions and there were a lot of regulations and we were taxing the ever-living fuck out of the wealthy. But all you can think about is when black people couldn't vote and women were chattel. Dumbasses. Most of us are a few bad months away from homelessness, if not closer. None of us are a few good months away from being billionaires. Exactly. Exactly. So the takeaway from this stream... Sorry, they're doing fireworks. They do fireworks like the whole month of July here because they have another holiday here in Utah that's called Pioneer Day, and it was a couple of days ago. So then they just do fireworks like all around that time. The takeaway from this stream is that billionaires shouldn't exist. Rich people are too comfortable. Regulation is good, and a lot of people need to go to prison. A lot of people need to go to prison. And when this is over, you cannot look to Democrats to get that. We need to primary Democrats. We need to run socialist candidates. We need to run progressive candidates. We need to get these fucking dinosaurs out of office. A better world is possible, but we have to make it. We have to shape it. We have to fight for it. No one's gonna fucking hand it to us. No one is here to save us. No one is here to bail us out. They haven't been, they're not, and they won't be going forward. We have to do it ourselves. We are all we've got. We need to primary these people. We need them to be scared. Alright. I don't have any fucking lighting. I'm tired. I'm streaming for 4 hours. Said what I wanted to say. Damn, we did 4 hours. We don't often do 4 hours. We need to fulfill David Hogg's vision. Speaking of people in Seattle have the opportunity to elect a socialist mayor like New York did, shoot me that information on one of my socials. I don't know which ones we're connected on. Shoot me that information because I want to learn about him. I want to read about him. We'll talk about him next stream. Who are we going to rate? David Hogg, I have been surprised and impressed by David Hogg, let's say that. I really did also think he was just a libbed up kid. You want Midnight Sumo? Who is that? Who dat? What's he doing? Whoa. He has like 4,000 followers. What is he doing? It's literally just sumo wrestling? You guys want to see sumo wrestling? Nobody that I follow is online, so... He has 4,000 viewers. Okay. Alright, you guys are gonna go watch some sumo wrestling, okay? Love you. Get in the raid. Get in the raid. Get the fuck in the raid. Get in the raid right now. Get in the raid right now. Go. Okay, goodbye, I love you.